Welcome back everyone and good morning. All right, we're good to go again, so welcome back everyone. We have finished our publicly excluded and now going back into the open. Our first order of business throughout the last 3 days, there have been a number of queries and questions come up. They're sitting on the whiteboard. We've dealt with a couple of those already, but we're going to move through that list and try to deal with as many of them as we can. So Jeremy, are you leading point on this?
I can play a little bit, but the first one, there's some information I think that the finance team have got on the capital subsidies. Is that...
Just trying to find the email, but the bulk of it was, as we said, was the NZTA and IFF subsidies. They make up over 100 million of the change. There has been some smaller adjustments that have been made. So yeah, so 55 million is the Te Manawa Te Papa IFF, so that was included as a grant through that line in the LTP, which is no longer there, and then 48 million was the NZTA reduction from the rephasing of and the changes to the NZTA program. There were some smaller amounts, all less than 10 million of the balance around city centre capital adjustments, some IAF adjustments and some aquatics deferrals, but the bulk of it is certainly in the Te Manawa and NZTA subsidies.
Thank you, Paul. So just in terms of the NZTA, that rephasing was that's old news. Nothing. That's just what we already know. It just happened to phase.
It's all old news. Yes. Yep.
All right. Next item is Mount Boardwalk cost per kilometre.
So that and the item below it was covered in an email which I forwarded on from Alison and Barbara yesterday at 11 o'clock, 11:14. I'm not going to read it out because there's quite a lot of detail there, but Barbara's here, Alison's here to talk.
So, sorry, I don't think I've seen that email, but can we just have what the cost per kilometre was? Is that a...
About 2, because it's about 6 million and 3.2 kilometres.
Okay.
But it's actually broken down because it's actually, like the Boardwalk is only about 2/3 the price, and then there's about 5 other things that come up. Did that come from you, Jeremy?
The email to you came from me, but it was forwarded on after a delay in my inbox.
I read it like this.
From so 11:14 yesterday, if you're looking. But I'll flick it to Claire and Anna here, and we can put it up on the screen if you need to.
Okay, so just for those that may not have seen this, if we give some high-level costs, so that basically the path construction is 4.912 million. That's for 3.2 kilometres or 1.5 million per kilometre. If we look at the other things such as retaining walls, culverts, furniture, showers, barbecues, dune works, that comes to just under 6 million for 3.2 kilometres, so that's 1.8 million per kilometre. So that's a good breakdown, thank you. It gives us a lot of information there, and appreciate being able to see that, as well as further information around the Papamoa shared pathway stage 1, which was completed, and the estimated budget around Papamoa shared pathway stage 2. So that's again very useful as we go forward, and consider that a little bit later. So our next. So yeah, we've. So sorry, 5 have we?
That was 4 and 5. So the Marine Parade was the first table on the.
Yeah, so it's in there, but I think we can. Yeah, so we've got the information, so I think we can tick it off there, but that will come off. 5 can come off as well. We'll bring that back as one of the projects that we've got to deal with later anyway. So. Okay, and then number 6, maybe we cover that as we come back to that item, because that's one that we've taken forward. We happy to do that?
Yep.
It's the Creative Bay of Plenty.
I can't remember which broader item is that?
So sorry, that says reserve balance movements, Creative Bay of Plenty, and other funding received.
Is that 11 point?
No, so we just wanted, they were asking for 75,000 more, but we also said they get a grant, but what else?
Yeah.
What other funding?
So I think when we consider that,
Oh, okay.
like, because that's been taken forward, I think that would be a better time to go through that.
All look together, yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Grants given from CCOs. That's CCOs, what grants do they give?
I haven't got any information on that one yet, sorry.
Okay.
So we've checked through, and the information is that they don't provide any sub-grants in addition to what... Yeah, there's no sub-grants.
Okay.
They do. I thought we'd seen them on the BDL annual report, that they give out some grants.
Sorry, we provide them with grant funding, but they do not sub-grant. So anything that you'll see you'll see a revenue line that says TCC grant funding. Yeah, there's nothing in the expenditure, no.
So events and everything, they don't support events or anything?
I'm not sure, I'd need to follow that up with Adam, but I've checked in with the CFO.
Okay.
I think we possibly need to just confirm on the events, because that might not be going through the grant line. I think we do need to just double check that
Yeah,
one.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
but they don't give to any organisation,
No.
they don't?
No,
Okay.
it would be maybe as an event contribution, but we can...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, no, that's
And
fine.
that's all the CCOs, not just.
correct.
Check them
Is
all.
that, yeah.
Okay, and then overview of Elder Housing Reserve and its application.
Yeah, so we do have a briefing coming up of that or a workshop on the City Futures Committee on the 16th of June. At a high level, there's obviously the funds of $40 million went into reserve. Of that, some is allocated to the Housing Equity Fund, and then there's balances remaining. But we can go into a lot more detail at that workshop.
Okay, is everyone comfortable with that?
We just give them like this short summary that just of the financials. I'm not worried about anything else, but we just give that overall financial summary.
That's
Overall perspective.
Of what the total in the fund, etc. Or
Just the movements.
So the reserve balance was $40 million that went into it, and then there's investment going through to the Housing Equity Fund of 19 million, future contributions to housing. Sorry, this is around some was 5.4 future development contributions allocated at 6, leaving a balance of 9.6 million. That's the high level detail I have here at this moment. Yep.
Through an email.
Sure.
Just, particularly interested in which the breakdown of that 19 and
That's going into the Housing Equity Fund, the 19 million.
Isn't it tagged though? Or not?
Yeah, there's a lot more information about the Housing Equity Fund that in terms of how that money is used, but which is the intent of that briefing, was to go through that detail.
Which other one?
Wasn't this related, didn't someone want this information in relation to Papakainga, wasn't it? I thought that was the context for this. And there's some funding for Papakainga in the Housing Equity Fund, as far as I've been told offline. So I'm just trying to sort of see, are we actually putting, you know, which money's going where and why is the issue. Like, I'd just like to track it before we approved it in the plan itself.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the last two LTPs have allocated $500,000 each year for 3 years to each of DC grants for Papakainga and DC grants for community housing providers. So if you add that little lot, that's the 6 million
That's
that
the 6
Paul's talking
million.
about. 3 million, $1 million a year for the 3 years of the 21 to 24 LTP and 3 years allocated from the 24 to 27 LTP.
All right, so are we comfortable with? Okay.
We can have that debate.
Yeah. So while Glenn's we're not ticking that one off yet, just till we wait till Councillor Crowther sorts that out, and then the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme funding resolution. Can we
So
pause?
that was following the briefing yesterday, as we just looked to revise the resolution, which is in the executive report for your consideration, which would be, at the moment, there's no funding included for that. That would be to include some funding moving forward with that. So that will come back in the
Cool,
executive.
we'll come back as we deal with that. All right, very efficient. Is there, Councillor Crowther, should we come back to that one? Yeah, all right. So we'll just leave 8 and then that's a good to tick a few of those off. So now we're going to go to some of these late items, and the first one of those is 11.3 Annual Plan 2025-26 Deliberations, Further Issues and Options Paper. This is 9 in our sorry, 8 I think is the reports, is that right? Just get this up in front of us.
Is it 8 or 9?
I think it's 8 with the attachments. Is the report is in 8, and then all the attachments are in 9. So the overall is in 8, and then there's a in 9 is the detail. Is this the same on the website? The website would see this as well as 8
Yeah,
and 9.
that's on the website.
Yeah, so those following at home, this will be on the website as well as 8 and 9. So we'll start here. We've got, so we're talking on page, on section 8. We have, as the first recommendation is Domain Road, and that's pointing us to attachment 1. So if we go to number 9 and then go to attachment 1, which is on page 4 of the separate attachments, and happy to invite our team, Jamie and Nick, to talk to the report if there's anything you want to give us a rundown on. Or
Yes, thank you.
Somebody's got these on.
Yes, thank you. So thank you very much, Mayor Mahe. The paper in front of you is about Domain Road. It was a bit of a difficult paper to put together, I must admit, and it's one of these sort of conversations that we agree with some of the sentiment in the submissions around what they're pointing out to us. From a transport perspective, it's a part of the network that's fairly important. So as Papamoa is, it is a ladder network. You've got the rungs of the ladder, and Domain Road is one of those. And I think you can see that from a network perspective, it's quite important as a way of moving people, vehicles, cars, and indeed from a tsunami evacuation perspective as well. What we've got in the paper here is some options for you to consider. They were born out of a business case process that was conducted under the last GPS. The GPS settings have changed. So the way that the agency will fund or do not fund these types of projects is different now. They don't prioritise them at the moment, and so the project went on hold. One of the elements of the report here is trying to weave the path between the options suggested in the investment case and what could be done in the near to medium term. Just lastly, in the you've got a hard copy. The difference between your digital copy and your hard copy is highlighted in yellow, and really that's to try and just put some bit more detail in and around the finances and the effect of those proposals with regard to the finances themselves. So you've got three options there. Just lastly, Domain Road and the surrounding areas is a difficult area to build roads. It's a lot of peat bog. There is difficult stormwater and flooding risk mitigations that are required. We've attempted to put together some costs, but there's a lot of uncertainties in those costs, and we would explain ourselves at a very high level, but we've attempted to show our workings in the back there. So happy to take questions on those, but please put a big asterisk around these. What we're asking to do is actually go into a bit more detail around that, because in my own nervousness, we're footloose and fancy-free with some of these assumptions, and we'd like to get to the more detail of it. And I think that's really what we're asking as a next step in this next process. So happy to take questions after that.
Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for considering these today. I'm not sure whether it's because of your indulgence as Mayor or whether Councillor Crowther spent a lot of time in questions yesterday, but I'm very grateful that the paper's being considered today. A question for Mike, just in regard to the NLTP dates, is the next NLTP 2027? Does that start in 27 rather than 28? Because I had a conversation with one of my colleagues, and I think they had 3-year plans. So the current one's 24, 25, well, 24, 25, 26, 27. And so is that the correct timing around the NLTP?
Yes, you're correct, Councillor Morris. One of the elements here is the preparation for the RLTP, and then the subsequent NLTP process begins early next year. So part of the work that we'd look to do is get our ducks in a row over the next end of this calendar year so that we could participate and include it in that process. It's really important that we engage on the RLTP front, and then that flows through into the NLTP conversations. But you are correct. Okay,
and that would hopefully, all things being well and successful budgeting, we'd be looking at 28, 29 AP for consideration?
That's our current estimate, and again, we're at feasibility stage, so we are aware that peat takes longer to build on. So very much so, it's an early estimate, yes.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you for that, and obviously this is a challenging environment. We understand that. Obviously we've also heard a lot of discussion around this, not only through the submission process, but since we've been in office. So, you know, we had a submitter coming in saying, you know, they're you know, I think we're talking about 360 metres where you effectively go from a pathway or a footpath and then nothing for 360 metres and then back into a footpath. And I think one of our submitters said, look, if we gave them permission, they would potentially build a pathway to link that up. Have we got the corridor there? Is that our land? Is that something that potentially could happen? Or
The preferred option that you've got in front of you is the simplest and easiest for us to build, including land. What we're very nervous about is there's a flood catchment area in there, and as soon as we start building anything in the right-hand side of the road, but effectively we start requiring regional consents. We have to manage stormwater, and the complexity of the project just escalates. So putting something on the side of the road as proposed in the solution is the simplest option for us to widen the corridor and create more space, particularly for cycling and walking.
Councillor Kura.
Thank you, Mike. In terms of the compromising the containment of stormwater, given the size of that, and I'm just visualising it from my trips down the odd occasion, that would seem very small in terms of percentage loss. And so that shouldn't be a showstopper or an issue for the regional council, do you think, or no?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is definitely an issue. As part of the stormwater management for the whole of this area, a lot of the capacity, particularly in design event flood storms, has been used, and it's very careful. We've got to be very careful about putting anything more in there, particularly for this purpose. And I think you have to sort of walk back from that, saying, well, how much do we gain by widening from a transport perspective, balancing against the impact on our floodplain? And what you've got in this location is you've got a roundabout at one end and traffic signals at the other, effectively, in an urban area. And if that land doesn't develop, then there's no real need to go to, say, a four-laning proposal, which would take up a lot of room, because the constraints are the roundabout. You can't get any more through than the roundabout allows, or you can't put anything more into it than the other intersection allows it. You've got two ends of a pipe. So widening to that degree is certainly not needed with regard to the land use that's there. The complexity of changing that land use is also high, because they have to deal with the same flood issues that we would have to, but on a much greater scale. So, odds on, it's unlikely 4 lanes going to be needed. So what's the step back from that? And widening the corridor to accommodate cyclists and pedestrians and improving that tsunami evacuation egress is certainly something. It is lacking footpaths. The footpath literally stops on one side of the road and doesn't continue. It goes very rural and then slightly commercial at the end. So there is a disjoint there. So in terms of that road, though, it does require resource consent, and it would be complex.
What if, I'm just thinking stormwater. What if you had an unsealed path, for example? Is that, like you've got sort of through the Wairaki reserves and stuff? Does that mitigate some of that stormwater if you're not really changing the surface, etc.?
The option we're suggesting is the least impact on stormwater. We don't have to manage very much at all. We just have to build a very sizable embankment to stop the road from, or whatever we build, to fall into the drain, and then we put the cycle path on top of it. So the management of stormwater and floodwater is simplified by only going so wide. In another sense, so that whether the surface is permeable or not doesn't really matter. What does matter is how much water can disappear once there's a big rain event. And those big land drains on each side are very important to that right now. And the more we encroach on them, the more we own the problem of moving that water away. So the option we've got there is the simplest one.
Yeah, I guess the issue with it is it's not going to happen anytime soon, because we're not saying we're going to go and do this tomorrow. So what I'm saying is we had a submitter that said he can build a pathway along the, just to connect up, and it's a path to effectively just connect up the two bits of footpath, which potentially could be done quickly without much budget. Is that, or why is that not an issue? Why is that not an option?
As I said at the beginning, we've got this as a desktop exercise, and we would definitely be happy to talk to someone around their ability to build that whilst remaining on the road corridor and managing all those effects.
Yeah.
So absolutely, if that's a possibility, then we should definitely pursue it.
Yeah.
Our look at it from here and from the surveys and what we've done, that's not what we're seeing, but we're happy to be proven wrong on this.
Okay. Yep. Sorry, Councillor Crowther, and then we'll.
Yeah, I have a follow-up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. So thinking about the pedestrian and cycling demand, I can imagine currently there's a high demand, so potentially, other than Tsunami, obviously, do you anticipate much potential demand for that looking into the future?
In terms of this particular route, yes, because it would link up with Tara Road and the increasing sort of urbanisation that's happening down there. One of the elements here is there is cycling routes and pedestrian routes through the urban network further up the road, and connecting that together would induce some demand to go down there. It'll just simply be quicker. How much, I'm not too sure, but there's a lot of activity down at Gordon Spratt and the Papamore High Schools and the other schools in the area too, so that starts to fill in. But one of the elements of this proposal isn't just the fact that we're going to be able to provide a higher level of service for cyclists and pedestrians, it's the fact we need to rehabilitate the pavement. So there is a cost efficiency in us doing this all at once, and we're going to need to do that in the time frame we're talking about, and if we're going to do it, this would be the time to connect that together to get the best prices and get best cost efficiency there. And then we were able to reconnect that network. So there are a multitude of benefits, and I think it's the overlay of all of them really that makes this proposal stand out a bit more than others.
Councillor Crowther.
In the long-term plan, there's 6.3 million in the final year of the plan, 2034, to do the bulk of the work on this. My first question is, what was that envisaged? Because we've now got different numbers in here. We've got a 12 and a 20, I'm just trying to find the number, 22.3 million option, but we haven't got the 6.3 million option, and I'm thinking, what was that? And I guess, at what point, given that we've got a little bit of money also allocated in FY 27, what was that going to be used for?
Good spotting, Councillor Carruthers. When the annual plan was put together, Domain Road had the original costs in it from, I think, 2021, perhaps even earlier, with a much less scope. That's travelled into LTP and has been put in time. We made a call when we did the annual plan in December, first draft of the annual plan projects, to push that out because we had very little certainty about what the GP is. So that represents an old view and an old scope. What we had planned to do was pick up this project in the next financial year with that money, do some more investigation, nail down the cost, and then give you some certainty around whether Waka Kotahi is willing to fund any part of this and get the funding stack information in a much better shape, and then talk to you about bringing that cost forward in the LTP and go through that process. The submissions that we got in the annual plan process just merely brought that conversation forward. So we're at this point now where the recommendations in the paper are our latest view of how things would turn out at a feasibility level.
And so the 174,000, if we brought that forward a year, we wouldn't have to put any extra budget in the overall LTP to get the planning needed to address Councillor Morris's initial concern along with the submittals.
To be clear, Councillor, sorry about that. We don't need to put any money forward. We have the this is a business case phase, which is OPEX. So we've allowed for enough OPEX to do that investigation and then come back to Council and the City Delivery Committee around what this thing actually looks like, costs and the scope of it and the complexity of it with more information. I think the submissions have just triggered us a bit earlier than we were ready for, but at the same time we recommend that we should take it to the next phase. And I think some of the commentary we've heard over the last few days around we should investigate things that we're intent on. This is one of those. We are intent on a Domain Road upgrade. It's about when and how much does that cost, and then the right process to get it into the right shape.
Right, thank you. Councillor Roseburn.
Yeah, I've just got one question in relation to the footpath and the proximity to the large watercourses. Does the footpath require a barrier in order to prevent people from accidentally falling off the edge?
I can't answer that question right now. It may. Without understanding the drop-off, which is what would drive the need for a barrier, I'm not going to say one way or the other, but it's possible.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for the report. Really good on short notice and good options there. You talked about the rehabilitation. Under option 3, is that offset against the cost of if we did them together, or do you know what that figure we've got budgeted for the rehabilitation is and when that is likely to happen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to furiously look through some numbers. But we do have a bit more certainty around the rehab costs because we do them more often. It's just to say that I think the combination of doing them at the same time means that we save on things like preliminary and general, and we do the set-out costs and we disrupt the public once rather than multiple times. But can I come back to you on that question to give you the real detail?
Councillor Crowther.
Mike, you said that it would, indicated it would likely be just one lane each way, and certainly the budgets all point in that direction. So I'm just trying to understand, why is there such a strong statement saying all work likely would to be removed in due course when the full project is understood and constructed? I'm sort of thinking, could we not build it in a way that had a sort of I guess an isolated, I don't know the technical term, but like a footpath and then a little tiny gap and then the roading, and you just sort of get in there and redo the roading without damaging the footpath? That's my simple-minded way of looking at it. Is that a significant factor that would prevent that happening?
Perhaps if I explained it this way, in that should we take opportunities to future-proof? Is there anything we can do earlier that wouldn't compromise the longer-term solution? That's absolutely something we can look at. Particularly in the investigation, we need a bit more survey and we need a bit more detail on actually is that an opportunity, or are we better off waiting? I think also at that point when we bring this information back, Council has the choice about when to do things. And we can give you a better sense of the costs about that, around when things could happen. So it's at Council's discretion to understand that priority, figure out what it wants to do. But I think before going to a decision like that, we need more information to give you so that you can be more certain about those choices. But we can definitely look at future-proofing and early wins, if you like.
All right, thank you. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just thanks for this, guys. Just looking at the option, the recommended option, so there's absolutely no room for the footpath on the western side. There's not enough in that corridor to do something both sides of the road.
Through you, Chair. At the moment, again, we put the paper together rather hurriedly, and I think we can actually draw that out a bit more from the information we have and the reset. So I can't unequivocally say there's no room, but at the same time, we've come up with what we know could fit in, but we could be looking at both at the same time. If you note, there are sort of on-road cycle options at either end on both sides. And so, we would look to make it as continuous as possible and easy for the customer to use as possible. So when we thought about those things, we will think about making sure we connect it, unless there's a good reason not to. And so we'd have to be fairly clear on that.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to, because it's at each end. So if there is space, it would make sense. But no, I understand that. That's something for the future. Thank you.
Just a question around budget. So if we approved option 3, does that have any impact on this year's annual plan, or is this part of the wider transport budgets?
It has no impact on this year's annual plan, and we will be using OPEX to take us to the next phase, which is already budgeted for.
Already. Okay, that's great. So if we've got, Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, just point of clarification. So Councillor Morris talked about the time frame of going through the process to try and get NZTA assistance on this. If that didn't happen, how quick do you reckon you could actually get this resolution to be reality? Sorry, two-pronged question. So that question, and then under Councillor Morris's scenario, when would it be likely, if we did get funding in that 28 period, we'd see it end, the thing get delivered?
Okay, so in terms of the RLTB, NLTP funding, I think we'll know early in that process the likelihood of attracting funding through the new GPS. And so we'll bring that estimate to council. But just end to end, we need to finalise that feasibility level or investment case for change, which will come to council middle of next year, end of this calendar year. And that would mean that would move into sort of design and construction if we were approved money at that point into the following. So 2 years construction though. That's an estimate around whether we need to do preloading or not, and we don't know whether we do. And that's part of the significant costs, is that we don't want it to sink and pull the road down. But we would line up our rehab program and whatnot around that. So we've got to think about all those integration issues, but 3 years from now to the end of it, in there or thereabouts. And so I'm going to also put a big asterisk on that number too, because things can go wrong. But we'll know more in the next financial year.
Sorry, so just clarifying, that's if we went alone? So if we went through the process with NZTA?
Yep. So for the process with the NZTA, we wouldn't begin construction until the FY 27-28 year, at the earliest. And so you'd probably put another 2 years on top of that time frame to before we finished. So that the lag will cost us about between 1 and 2 years.
So, is there any further questions? If there's no further questions, then I'm happy to thank staff for coming and answering our questions, and if we could just put the recommended resolution up, would be appreciated. I'm just asking a question whether we would like to, on the submission that we received around exploring that further around possible bring forward of a pavement, of a footpath option. Yeah, pathway option. So we would, you think we'd support that? So I think if we just have a C along the lines of direct staff to work with the submitter regarding a possible option of a shared pathway, or to investigate the option, I think. Work to investigate. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we could bring that back in as an option in the next decision point. So it will be one of the things council can consider. So we can take that information and you get to compare it against the other options we're preparing as well.
Yeah.
Would that be useful?
So yeah, is that you're comfortable that we're not committing to that? We're just saying investigate the option. It's just really an action point more than anything. So.
Just one thing on that too, Mayor. We want to make sure that anything we're doing isn't counterproductive to what staff will be doing alongside if there was going to be the road upgrade as well. So whatever is put there has to work together.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think that's part of that discussion because obviously, you know, we're not, as we've heard, we're probably not having anything until 28, 29. So this is an option potentially to fill that gap, and obviously if it's a low-cost option, that would be a decision that we could make as to whether we're prepared to put that money in to get something now that would then get potentially taken over in future years. But yeah, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Yeah, just a question on resolution B. Should that read 2028 2027, 2030 National Land Transport Program. Just a question around that.
The earlier one, 27. Yeah, that 28, 31. Yeah, that one there, 27. Councillor Morris, do you want to?
Love to move it, Mayor. Thank you. If there's a seconder, I'm very happy to speak to it.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor, and yes, you can speak to it. Thank you, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. This is something that's been missing from the community. As the Transport Manager said, we have a ladder and rung system in Papamoa, and this is one of the crucial rungs. It is something that will provide some comfort to our community in terms of egress in a natural event. It doesn't have to be a tsunami, which has a low likelihood in any given year. It could be any number of events. And also, should we get funding for it, it just helps link up the off-road transport network, so for pedestrians and cyclists. And lastly, it brings the road up to a standard which I think befits a city road in our city. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
Agree with everything Councillor Morris has just mentioned. I'd probably concentrate a little bit on the tsunami evacuation, and although it is a low probability of it happening, if it does happen, this is a major roadblock, forgive the pun, to getting people out of that area to a position of safety. And having looked firsthand at the road and been taken there with residents, I can understand their concerns, and delaying it by another 3 or 4 years to me is an issue. So if we can get an option that allows us to deliver pedestrian pathways out of that area, I think we should be trying to push that forward as soon as we can.
Thank you. Councillor Kurak.
I commend Councillor Morris for bringing this item up from the submitters. I assume that given that it has, or currently is, in the program, it's probably why we didn't achieve a paper. But so Councillor Morris triggered the paper, and it's good work. I appreciate that. The residents out there would be very happy for this to be the matter to be progressed sooner rather than later. I often hear, particularly at the Residents Association, they often bring up this topic, and the general community probably you don't understand the detail behind it and why this hasn't happened to date. So I'm pleased to support the resolution.
Thank you, Councillor Kurak. Yeah, my comments are, I think this is a proactive step. As we've heard, it is in the plan, and there is going to be something done. But through the submissions and through what we've heard through our community, the transport team are now, progressing this work sooner than they thought. So I think it's a good example of when we understand the issues, we can do something about it. We can move proactively. And saying that, this is not solving the problem. It's we're still looking at a long way out until something is done. So I share Councillor Taylor's concerns, I guess, around is there something we can do in the interim to at least respond to some of the concerns there, but knowing that the long-term solution is not going to be delivered for the next 4 to 5 years, which is disappointing. But I think there's a progress to go, and obviously this will come back to us over the next couple of months, and we can look further into it. But just really encourage the community to keep bringing up things that maybe do need to be solved, because once we know about them, there is actions that we can take to try to help and move these forward. So, Councillor Crowther.
Strongly support this. It'd be great if we can get an indication. Mike, you mentioned coming back to us with something. If we see there's a strong possibility of putting something in when we do our final sign-off on the plan, to stick in 1.3 million or whatever the best estimate it is, because I think this is higher priority than some of our current capital program. I think there's a historic legacy, as Councillor Kurak has said. As a founding member of the Eastern Corridor Alliance, I think this is a useful partial measure to come up with what was proposed by that organisation, which, for those who don't know, is the Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association, Te Ara Kahakatea Society, and Cycle Action Tauranga. So there's, I think, a cost-effective plan that was pushed forward from those community organisations, and a number of other people in the community are strongly supportive of it. So this is an emergency evacuation option. It's part of connecting up Papamoa, part of getting more people able to quickly get into this, to Mount Arataki City Centre, etc. So it's got a long-term purpose as well as just this localised purpose as well. So I think it's a really important step to do this as soon as we can.
All right, then I'll now look to, unless you want something to finish off, Councillor Morris, put it to the Council. And I ask all those in favour of the motion before us. Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, that's including A. We'll have A, B and C of that, I think. Tidies it up. Those against? That is carried. Thank you very much. All right, now we're dealing, as in the report, Papamoa Beach Road. This is in section 8 as resolution as read there C. It'll become D because of the amendment. And then if we go into the late separate attachments 2, this is on page 15 of that report, goes much more into detail. And have we got Martin and with
Chris is, it's Mike.
oh, sorry.
Mike.
Yeah.
Mike Sidney.
Martin and Mike back for that.
Mike Sidney, yeah.
So again, happy to take the report as read, unless there's any highlighted. Maybe you could just give us a rundown as to why you've recommended what you do.
Through you, Mr. Chair. This is an issue that's been, I guess, swimming around in our conversations for a little bit. And it really comes down to almost a principle setting, a policy setting around what we use in terms of surfacing on our roads. Just to give you some context, and Martin's the expert here, so I'm going to quickly hand over to Martin, is there's other people involved in this conversation, including Waka Kotahi. And there is a lot of history in the way that Waka Kotahi deals with not just this council, but other councils around deciding what to use on the surface. So the drivers there are very present in our thinking around this element particularly. But council has its ultimate decision on this, and it can choose to do things in a different way. But I guess the information in the paper does reflect what is practice around the country with regard to asphalt and chip seal, and hopefully some figures around the implications one way or to other of that. Is there anything you needed to add, Martin?
Quite a lot to add, but I think probably might be easier to focus it through questions.
Cool. Right, I notice in the report, I think this is just important to point out. So chip sealing is approximately $8 a square metre compared to $50 a square metre for asphalt. Is that actually just the cost of the materials and doing the work, or does asphalt, it requires a whole lot more surface preparation? What is the driver of those difference in costs?
That's just the production and construction cost. It doesn't take into account the fact that asphalt surfaces requires a stronger pavement. Most of our pavements are what's called thin flexible pavements. They are light residential type pavements to carry normal sort of residential loadings, the occasional removal truck and rubbish truck and that sort of thing. We are noticing with those pavements as the buses become heavier with electric batteries that those light pavements are starting to fail under those extra loadings, so they are quite lightly constructed. And a chip seal, so they flex under the traffic load, and the chip seal surfacing the bitumen and stone chip flexes with it and remains waterproof, so it's not compromised with that movement. To put an asphalt surface on, an asphalt is like a thin biscuit and it's brittle, and it needs a strong layer supporting it underneath. It doesn't allow it to flex. If you were to put it on our thin flexible pavements, just replace the chip seal with an asphalt, the flexing of the pavement would crack that hot mix, and it would very quickly allow water through into the pavement below, and we'd start to see failures. So you can't put it on most of our current pavements without having to reconstruct the pavement and construct a deeper thickness of pavement underneath.
And so Papamoa Beach Road, as it currently stands, the issue is it only needs to be resealed at this stage. There's no kind of pavement rehabilitation. We're not digging it out and doing anything, just where it is at the moment.
We are. So that's about 10 kilometres long. All of our roads are divided up into sections, and we treat them and manage them section by section. So there's one section there that is ready for reconstruction. That's the section from Parton Road to Taylor Reserve. So about 900 odd metres, I think. That is ready for reconstruction. We've applied some interim maintenance on it to hold it over for a little bit, because what we'd like to do to help us decide what is the appropriate pavement design to put in place there is to wait until the PEI is open and we get some changes in the traffic movements to see what the actual volume of heavy traffic on that road might be in the longer term. That'll help sort of guide our design going forward. And it also perhaps gives us a little bit more time to have that conversation around, do we want to invest in upgrading or improving the appearance of some roads? It's a conversation worth having, but there's a lot of money involved in that, because to do so with these light pavements, you have to reconstruct the whole pavement. And I've given, in some of that background information, a pretty high-level rough order cost of what it would entail to rebuild all of Papamoa Beach Road so it can carry a hot mix surface, and also including there's probably half of it that only has curbing on one side. So if you want to put curb and channel on both sides, that's been allowed for in the costing. But you're talking in the order of $60 million. And if you spread that and do it bit by bit over a decade or two, the inflationary costs of that take it well up over 100 million, probably, more than double that. So it's not a cheap exercise. So NZTA also, on top of all of this, they fund 51% of all of our road maintenance. That's a really significant benefit that the community gets. But it comes with quite a few criteria that we have to meet around value for money and good asset management. And when it comes to surfacing, the value for money proposition that they see is the long-term least cost option for sealing a road is a chip seal at $8 a square metre, as opposed to an asphalt surface. So they will always fund that, and they'll only fund an asphalt where the stresses involved mean that that's a better option than a chip seal, all through CBDs and residential service centres and retail areas. So that's the only time when they will fund asphalt, and so we'll struggle to get them to fund an asphalt replacement on the likes of Papamoa Beach Road.
Yeah.
We also, just another point to make is we've had a whole lot of, we're a little bit apart from a lot of the rest of the cities. We've had some of the strongest residential growth over the last decade or more than a lot of other cities. All of those subdivisions have, of course, been hot mixed, surfaced in a hot mix asphalt surfacing. Developers do that because it provides more aesthetically appealing subdivision to sell houses on, and it also provides more durable surface during the period when the houses have been constructed and there's heavy traffic coming and going and all that sort of stuff. Otherwise, if they just put a chip seal surface down, they might have to redo the chip seal. So that's why there's a lot of asphalt put down on our residential subdivisions. NZTA, of course, their sealing policy is that those subdivisions, when they come up for reseal, should be resealed, or they will subsidise them being sealed, resurfaced in a chip seal, again, not another asphalt. So that's something to be aware of there as well.
Is that sorry? Just getting in, because this comes up a lot. Around the way we build roads and things like that. So, we've heard that it's about 6 times the cost to put hot mix as it does to put chip sealing. So. What's on a like for like it's Papamoa Beach Road, we put the 2 surfaces down. What's the life expectancy of each of those?
A chip seal, on average, you'll get about 10 to 12 years out of a chip seal. It's quite variable. There's a lot of factors that come into play. In a low volume residential street, it could be longer, but on Papamoa Beach Road with higher traffic volume, it might only be 10, maybe 8.
Yeah.
But you'd hope to get at least 10 out of it. An asphalt surface will give you probably 15 years or so. So, but when you do still the long-term least cost, whole of life cost comparison between the two, chip seals still win out by quite a margin.
Okay. No, that's really good, because I think this is part of the issue. We don't understand some of these things, and it's good to get this information. So, another comment, I guess, is, you're not looking after Papamoa residents because you're putting chip seal down there, but on Maranui Road and down at the Mount, we're putting asphalt. So, can you just explain that?
I think some of those pavements are strong enough for asphalt if they've got an asphalt on them already. So that's one of the opportunities.
There's also, particularly with the Mount, there's bus routes and there's a lot more heavy trafficking on Mount Maunganui Road and whatnot. So there might be a perception that, particularly with the new projects that are down there, those roads are being built to carry electric buses and other things like that, so they're much heavier. They're right next to the port, and so they do have to carry more load. So there might be a perception that we do more there because it's the Mount. It's not really. It's because of the way the road is used. If the road was used in the same fashion in Papamoa, harbour, ports, trucks, that sort of thing, you would likely see more asphalt. And I think it's quite practically driven for the most part. I haven't been here all my life, so I don't know all the more older decisions, but certainly with those newer projects, that we are guided by the same criteria in Wakakotahi who fund those types of projects too, to use the right asphalt or the right surface for the right use.
No, thank you. It's really information because, as I say, we get a lot of requests about this, and then just going into that subdivision. So that's another complaint we get is it's got a nice hot mix surface, and now we're going in and spreading it with chip. So, like I think you've explained that around the funding, but what are the options there? So I've bought my house on a beautiful beautiful asphalt road, and I want an asphalt road to continue. So, is there an option around I don't know, a targeted rate or whatever that if I want to continue my
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think our finance team are twitching over that way around the practicality of something like that. But certainly from a transport team perspective, the right option for our entire roading system is chip seal.
Yeah.
It would, the difference has to be made up somewhere, somehow.
So if I'm, if I'm a member of a public, I've got a beautiful asphalt, road outside my house, and I want it to be asphalt for forever. I have to find a way to basically pay the difference. Is that?
Short answer is yes. There are private roads and access ways that are funded by the surrounding houses. They fund the reseal, they fund the rehab, and they get to choose what they have. And they fund generally in hot mix because they've all decided on that. But that's a private matter that they are able to do. And the state of that condition on the road is their responsibility.
Yep. No, that's yep. Sorry, Councillor Morris. I'm sorry, held you there for a long time.
No, that's good. Thank you, Mayor. Question around a third option. So Papamoa Beach Road, of course, not all parts of Papamoa Beach Road are equal. Some have bits of hot mix on them. Some have been recently resurfaced. Some have curb and channel on both sides. Some have curb and channel on one side. And particularly between 900 and 1,000 Papamoa Beach Road, as someone with relatively firm suspension compared to most vehicles out there, that is, it's really rough compared to other city roads between 900 and 1,000. So accepting the point around the NZTA subsidy, which is critical, is there a third option? Is there a higher level of service or a finer level of chip? Excuse my lack of technical knowledge. Is there a third way that would still attract an NZTA subsidy? Maybe there would be an additional cost, but it's something that's going to retain some subsidy and provide a high level of service for our residents. And I'm thinking in regard to 900 to 1,000 Beach Road, is there some base course mediation that's needed there?
Councillor, I'm not sure exactly whereabouts it is on Papamoa Beach Road.
Between Parton Road and heading down towards Taylor Reserve.
Oh, look, that's up for reconstruction, no doubt about it. We've put some maintenance intervention in there over the last couple of years to hold it, to give us a few more years out of it, so that we can have some of these discussions and sort of tease out what the options are, and just to provide a bit more information for you on the sealing processes and NZTA's criteria and all that sort of stuff. So it is up for reconstruction. It will be rebuilt with a thicker pavement. NZTA fund like for like, so it'll be rebuilt in the same state as it is, with no new curb on the other side at the same width. NZTA do, or they have in the past funded improvements for projects where you can get additional funding for widening and curb and channel and asphalt surfacing and all that sort of stuff. Generously funded under the previous government, not so under the current one. They've redirected that funding into their pothole fund to reprioritise that money into road maintenance, which as a council we've appreciated very much as well. Look, that section will be upgraded. It's definitely on the pipeline, but to be fair, I think probably end of this NLTP, maybe the first year and the next is what we're anticipating.
So that's about 27.
In chip seal.
Don't forget concrete. All right, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. In terms of that third way, obviously we've been looking at situations where residential subdivisions that have been sealed in hot mix have a different kind of chip. And when we were out there the other day having a look at it down Longview Drive and Domain Gardens, it appears to be a different kind of chip. And I'm wondering whether for Papamoa Beach Road there's a third option of not the asphaltic concrete, but something that is in between, or still remains to be chip seal, but something that would still attract a subsidy.
Look, we're keen on innovation, and there are new products that are coming on the market at the moment that are it's not an asphalt, and it's a little bit like a slurry. So it's like a thick paint, and you pour it on the chip seal, and you're seeing that diagram on the top there. It just fills all the gaps underneath and provides a kind of a smoother surface. The only problem with that is, again, it's brittle. So it only works really well on pavements that have got the underlying strength to prevent it from flexing. There's about 2 or 3 products that we have trialled in over the last couple of years on different streets, and that's what you might have seen on some out in Papamoa. And at the moment, they're not showing much promise. They're probably only got a 5-year life. They cost probably about $15 a square metre. That's probably their price at the moment as a trial product, covering the cost of R&D and all that. We need that sort of product to come down and be comparable with a chip seal price before NZTA will agree to fund it. But we are trialling it where NZTA knows that we're actively trialling these products as well, and we're engaging heavily with the industry to encourage their innovation in this area. So maybe in the not too distant future there'll be more options. At the moment they're not looking as good as we'd like them to, but we'll keep trying.
Right, Councillor Crowther.
Can you clarify under our infrastructure development code and the road hierarchy? I guess it doesn't just relate to Papamoa, but it includes, roads like Tara Road. Like, we've got on our website we say the roads that are collectors will tend to be through the normal seal, the chip seal, and then we've got the asphalt used on the arterial roads, but we have categories of primary and secondary arterial. So Tara Road, or Tomoto Road, for instance, in my area, they are the secondary arterial. So it kind of literally says, and I know people have looked on that part of the website and sort of said, well, that should all be, under your guidelines on the website, that should all be asphalt, but it's not all asphalt on all those secondary arterial roads around the city. Is there actually a change in that policy? Is there an update to the IDC which reflects that? Because it would make it easier for communication if there was a sort of either a simpler or a more updated version of that to communicate, because this comes up obviously all around the city, not just in Papamoa, and just, you know, make it nice and easy for us all.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make it simpler, but I'm not too sure we're going to be able to. With regard to the IDC and a policy setting around what surfaces you should use, that creates in me is a nervousness around the ground conditions and what surfacing you need to do that's suitable for the area. So I think that there are some roads out there that, whilst our IDC says this, no matter who built it, we would have seen a pretty similar, or if not the same surface that got chosen, primarily because of the road, how it got built out there. But in Tara Road and Para Road out there, because of the way those roads literally float on the peat, we have to make sure that design is comprehensively enough for that site. So you might get departures, and you might get differences from what the code says, and that's normal. Developers do that with us, our community does that with us, and that's why the transport team works with people on their designs and tries to make sure we get the right design for the right location. Is that perfectly true in every circumstance? I'm not sure, but it's certainly, there's room for negotiation for good reason, and there's a technical reason. I think, did you want to?
Oh, no, you've got
Yeah, and it's about pavement strength and making sure it's the right strength for the carrying capacity of the road and the ground conditions underneath. So that's possibly why you'll see some difference from what the IDC says. However, the IDC is the right thing to do, in that under those types of conditions and the assumptions built into the IDC, you would do this. And that's a useful talking point and starting point for a conversation with anybody, including ourselves, to build a road around what the level of service we're looking for out of that asset. It's not the rule, though. It is definitely something that we start the conversation with, particularly with developers, and then work on what's the right solution for that particular location.
Saying that if it is specified on our website in the IDC and so forth as the recommended one, I know we wouldn't always do it, are you saying there might be situations where you'd love to do the asphalt, but because of the necessary strength of the road you couldn't do the asphalt, so therefore you'd have to go to chip seal because of those localised circumstances? Because that could be communicated, if that is true, that could be communicated in the policy. It might kind of, you know, add a little bit of information around it. Yeah.
The short answer is yes, there are certain circumstances where we have to do the right design for the location, and that's specific, and that's the right thing to do in that location. So it could be different, yes, and we could communicate that. That could be a variation.
I think the reason I'm wording it that was I don't hear anyone saying we want chip seal, not asphalt. So I think you wouldn't have to worry too much about it.
You haven't talked to NZTA?
All right, I do want to keep moving, so...
Two quick ones.
Yes.
Sorry. Thank you for the information. And so we did also have two submissions, one whether it was actually a submission, but certainly at our meeting in Papamoa on the noise levels, and I just don't know how that's taken into account in terms of what the seal is. And the second one was a resident with a asphalt road that says it's going to be replaced with chip seal. We don't even need to replace it at all. How do we change that? So are there answers to being able to say, how do you not have a reseal done out in your subdivision? And also just where does the noise level come in, please?
Noise levels are an interesting topic and a little bit subjective. One person who feels that a street is noisy because they're sensitive to it might be quite different to a whole lot of other people on the street who it might not be a problem for them. The noise levels on all of our chip seal streets are no different across the rest of the country. So they're at levels that are accepted nationally, and there's no sort of pressure or environmental concerns coming on NZTA to cause them to have to rethink that from a national perspective. So Also the difference between a chip seal and an asphalt, I think it's only about 3 to 5 decibel difference. So it's not a massive reduction.
So the person who was speaking suggested he had quite a lot of data on it. Steve, I don't know if you remember that, but so if that data is provided, we'd be able to say to him, well, it's within the normal limits. It's just I gather he's been talking about it for quite a while, but so if there's, at the moment there's no limits.
Yeah,
right.
I just had a quick look at some of the NZTA data. I haven't got it with me, but happy to provide it. They've got quite a lot of research undertaken on this subject.
Thank you.
But there is an initial setting in period. Perhaps you can cover that.
Oh, goodness me. When the chip seal was first applied, the stone chips sit kind of proud, and those gaps that are between the bottom of the chip and the top, that's what creates the noise. And the greater that depth, the more noise it creates. So the smaller stone chips, therefore, with not much of those interstices, don't create much noise. So over time, the stone chip does embed in, and that gap sort of reduces. So that's what creates the reduction over time. But you're right, initially a chip seal is noisier at first, and over a year or so it reduces down to normal levels.
Right, Councillor Curran, do you have another?
So the sound or the noise testing would occur once the surface has fully settled in.
That would be...
Not when it's first.
If you were to test noise levels, that would be a good time to do it, yes.
All right. Okay, so thank you very much, staff, for answering those questions. I think a lot of those answers are really useful to our community to understand some of the decisions, and I think what I took from that is we're not disadvantaging some people just because we don't like them as much as others. These decisions are made in practical ways, and obviously the biggest part of that is NZTA's rules around what we can and can't do to achieve that 51% funding. And when you're delivering something and 51% of it is paid by someone else, that delivers the best value for money for ratepayers, I think that we can get in the city. So I think we just need to understand that. And obviously, if anyone has any questions, always happy to answer, and I'm sure our team will come back to you for reasoning around some of those decisions. Therefore, we have a recommended resolution, and I'm happy to move that. I think that does strike a good balance. And is there a seconder for that? Councillor Baker, thank you. Is there any further discussion on this? Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion as part of the annual plan. It's a perennial issue that certainly isn't going away anytime soon. The issue of the 51% NZTA funding is critical, and without that, there's not much we can do. I would maybe an action point if the group agrees to come out of this. I think there's a really good comms piece to come out of the discussion today around the rationale for chip seal, the rationale for hot mix, the rationale why some parts of the network that perhaps really should be hot mix, but because of the base course or because of the ground conditions actually end up having to be chip seal. Maybe getting Mike to do one of his very attractive videos out on site. I just think a comms piece, something where we can explain to our people and distill the conversation we've had today, which has been good. So thank you.
I agree. I think, video starring Mike and the transport team. I can see round 2 coming up very shortly. Thank you. Any further? Yeah, Councillor Correct.
Yes, it comes up quite often because people don't like their street to be downgraded. Palmer Beach Road is looking for an upgrade, but we all do hear often about people who have bought into an area which has got smooth hot mix, and it is difficult to accept a downgrade. And my street was the first street in done hot mix. It's a new subdivision, I think the first in the city, where it was built with asphalt, and it was a horror. But that product was quite different. They refined it in due course too, so the impact was less. But hey, after a few years, you accept that, the quietens down, and hey, it's cost effective. Without looking at options to target rate. I can imagine if you target rate Palmer Beach Road residents for the cost of the extra cost of having a hot mix, they'll be horrified, and wouldn't accept it. So there's no realistic solution under the financial situation, so we need to move forward on that basis. I think in terms of communication for the streets that are currently hot mix and getting a downgrade, I understand letterbox drops do occur. I'm not sure what that is in the most recent ones, but I think they should include some of this real meaty information about the justification for that approach to help them understand why they're getting a downgrade. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree. I think it's something that we can do a better job of, and new subdivisions. I think it should be an option as to this is the option if you want to keep this forever. There's a targeted rate, and that's your choice to opt in or out. Otherwise, we'll make the decisions as to what goes on that road. So, I think there is some options in that, but that's we'll let that sort of come through if people are really desperate about having hot mix. So now happy to put this to the council. Ask all those in favour. Those against. That is carried. Thank you. We're just going to take a short break, and we'll come back at 10:50. So just a 10-minute break, and we will come back with Papamoa Park and Ride. Welcome back, everybody. Now we go to our next agenda item, which again is section 8 is the recommendation on page 4. And then if we go to page 23 of section 9, you will see more in-depth detail and the report. This is discussing the Papamoa Park and Ride, which at the moment has been looked at off Tara Road. So we got Sean and is Mike coming back to join you. Do we just maybe want to give a very quick summary of this project? Obviously, it has been looked at, and yeah, obviously we're considering that again now.
Yes. So early last year, this was considered as the then commissioners were very hot on this and had been pushing regional council quite hard to also support a park and ride in this location. So that's the background of why there is a business case already on this attached to this report. The end result ended up not being funded by NZTA through the National Land Transport Plan, which resulted in it not going any further. So to reiterate, that was both the capital funding of building a park and ride facility, but also the operational cost of operating a bus to use the park and ride facility, as it was found at the time of that business case and through discussions that without a dedicated express bus service servicing the park and ride, it would be very unlikely to succeed in its goals.
Have we looked at an express bus and potentially, you know, how much quicker that would be over a driving that same route in peak?
So the express bus would be so Hewlett's Road typically, which is where the bus lanes are. You can save 10 to maybe 15 minutes using the bus lanes along Hewlett's Road, which would be the time saving compared to a general vehicle. So
potentially it could be half an hour versus 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I think
yes, we've worked out that. Yeah, the at peak time, the average vehicle time is about 20 minutes slower than normal.
Yep, Councillor Taylor.
Was any consideration given to some kind of a simulation of this in a practical term, as in maybe putting a bus on for a couple of weeks and just seeing what the speed was and the uptake was?
It hasn't been, being that there's still the funding even if that was to succeed, and also from a user perspective, you'd always expect quite a slow sort of start to uptake of a service like that while people start to get that change of behaviour into their routine.
And through you, Mr. Chair, just in a previous life, in terms of this proposal, a park and ride facility express route there will draw off customers out of the existing bus networks. So the regional council would have to balance that against the service. And just operationally, the cost of a trial was reasonably high, in the order of $70,000 to $100,000 per year for a bus, and that's just straight off the rack and the driver and that sort of thing. So you got in between. This was supposed to be a trial for 2 years to test all the things that we were talking about around customer uptake and whatnot, and that was sort of the right length of time to really test it. Anything smaller, the cost benefit starts getting a bit lower, or even lower.
Councillor Curran.
Thinking about the Northern Busway in Auckland, where you've got the parking facility around that Albany area, and you've got the bus lanes right through to the city. I mean, it's fabulous because these buses are zooming past all the traffic, and it's great. And when you get into town, you don't have to pay an exorbitant parking fee. There are real incentives, and that's why it's highly utilised. But in this situation, sure, there's an advantage with the parking charge, but the issue is the benefit in terms of travel. You mentioned 10-15. I think that's at the high end, considering, you know, moving through Hewlett's Road, because unfortunately we don't have Monganui Road as a bus route. But I recall a few years back, you know, people thinking about perhaps offer a bus-only route where you turn up Marapihi Road, then you turn right and follow. There's a golf course there, and there's a bit of a track there anyway, a bit of a road, and connected up to, I think it's McDonald Street, there, to offer a solution to avoid that tailback, because that's a big delay even on Monganui Road. Do you guys look at sort of some potential easy win solutions to provide a bus lane and then that travel time benefit? Because that's the biggie. If you can improve that travel time, people will be willing to look at parking rides.
With respect, I think easy is oversimplification of building a bus lane through a golf course. So look, there are options around that, and long term within transport system plan and the like, there's no reason why that shouldn't be considered, and in fact really it should be considered as part of that long-term vision. However, that's not a this year or really even next year inclusion, I would suggest.
Further to that, there's two factors that involve patronage on rapid transit, and that is around convenience. So park and rides provide more convenience than the other routes, because you get onto express. So that's one of the elements why people use it. And then travel time, as you say. This route was tested in terms of this proposal around what's the differential between someone using their car versus the express bus, and it wasn't large in terms of travel time. And would that be enough to attract a sufficient number of customers? It did not need much infrastructure to improve it. So with the current flows and Monganui Girvan opening and whatnot, it would be travelling at pretty much the similar speed of the cars until it got to the bus lanes on Hewlett's Road, where it would be competitively advantaged along that corridor there.
So just, I'm just interested, a current bus from Papamoa to the city compared to a car travelling, do we have any? Because my understanding, there's no buses that go along the expressway, they all go...
Correct. So all buses currently go and use Arataki. So look, don't have the exact numbers, but assume another 10 minutes onto the journey. Bus
is about 10 minutes slower than a car.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Crowther.
Is there, now that we're...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Baker got in first, so Councillor Baker.
Yes, I'll go first. Thank you. Okay, sorry, I don't want to labour on it too long, because I think what you guys have provided in the recommendation is sound, but we've got a big car park that's, Steve might actually be able to correct me if I'm wrong, that's pretty free throughout the day up at the plaza. Is there some harmonisation opportunities with this concept and in that existing parking facility?
So that car park isn't ours, it is a private car park. We haven't had any discussions of if that would be a potential option. I'm dealing with a shopping mall to use their car parks during the day could get quite expensive and contentious. Also noting that you would still be wanting to put on an express bus service and the operational cost associated with that. So yes, potentially cheaper, but still a significant cost.
Given that we'll now be funding the detailed business case for connecting Mount Monganui, is there any possibility we could take one step back and go 2 steps forward in regards to the kind of solution that Councillor Kurak's looking for? It's something that was addressed with NZTA at the time. I know Councillor Crosby, Councillor Kurak, others have been in meetings with senior NZTA officials over the years. For some reason, they spent $300 million there and didn't future-proof anything. but that's the reality. So if we want to change in this, if we want to overcome one of the biggest barriers to public transport use in that corridor, sometimes someone's going to have to do something about that. And it was excluded from the final proposal. So can we go back and look at it, or are we constrained by the stage of the process that we're at?
Without speaking on major projects' behalf, I would recommend that you'd like them, it sounds like, potentially to consider how buses can use that Golf-Hewlett's intersection, and anything larger than that should probably stand alone as its own business case, given the size, and that it would be significantly different to the current business case at its current stage.
I think the practical issue with that is that we won't get funding for a standalone one, but if it was packaged in with the bigger one, the BCR would likely get it over the line more as part of an integrated package, and that was always what NZTA recommended until they didn't recommend it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think...
Nick's going to grab it. Yes.
Sorry, Nick.
I'll just talk about the... Yep.
If I may, just to join in from the sideline here, I think we have the forum to continue that conversation, which would be the joint committee, and ultimately then the regional transport committee. So, point taken. But it's more than an annual plan conversation, I think. But yeah, okay. No, that's cool. Thank you.
And sorry, Dan, just to add to that, the driver of what would improve passenger transport services will be the operational costs of the service, less so the infrastructural requirements. And so that would be a conversation at the joint committee, which would be perfect to have there.
All right, thank you. We do want to keep moving, so thank you for your questions. And if we could just put up the recommendation. Again, I'm comfortable moving this one. Got a seconder. Councillor Taylor, thank you. Look, this is something I think is a really good initiative. I think it's timing more than anything. Look, if we want people using public transport, we've got to make public transport better than the alternative. And I've seen this work around the country. I use public transport a lot in Auckland because it's the fastest way to get from A to B. In the situations that I've used it there, it's very convenient because it's very regular, and it saves money because you don't have to pay for parking, etc. So we need to find ways. People are never going to take public transport if it's worse option than driving your car. And so I'm very encouraging of something like this. I think it is a step in the right direction. It does require an express bus because we have to tell people that you catch a bus and you're 15 minutes into town 15 minutes earlier than you would be if you're in your own car. And it's not until we actually get to that stage that people will actually consider using some of these alternative options. So while I'm very encouraging of it, I just don't think it's the time now as part of an annual plan. We don't have the finances to be funding something like this, but I think it should be brought back, and it should be something that we are looking at as we go forward. Obviously, the next NLTP and finding ways. We've got to look at all the ways that we can speed up public transport, make it more attractive to people, because ultimately that means we don't have to build as many roads, and that would be a great outcome. However, being practical at the moment, people still prefer their car, and until we can find a solution that is better than that, they'll continue to drive their cars. So that's probably where I sit on this one. Councillor Taylor.
I agree with all those points, Mayor. I'd also like to say that this is a practical illustration of how difficult it is to deal with these things when we're working through three different elected bodies in the city. and then also having to talk about central government. So probably another thing that we look at when we talk about unitary councils and things. Would be beneficial to get these things moving in the right direction.
Councillor Crowther.
In defence of regional council colleagues, they strongly repeatedly urged, while I was sitting around the regional transport committee table for Tauranga City Council, to invest in the required infrastructure for park and rides. That the Labor-led government, the coalition government, and then the Labor government were not in favour of supporting park and rides in principle, for the grounds basically that Mike outlined, that there was a thought that it could stop people jumping on a bus sooner. The current coalition government are not that keen because they're prioritising the big cities. So I think we're in an absolute mess with this, because we've got UFTI, we've got the Transport System Plan. They talk all these wonderful things, and Marty's articulated it nicely with 3 city centres, one in Tauranga, one out in the east. But people won't be able to get there quickly on a bus, as we've just heard. Like, it's not possible unless we, Tauranga City Council, who are responsible for infrastructure now, do something different with infrastructure. We can't point the fingers at others. We have to prioritise that, or else it won't happen. It's nothing to do with regional council. That's just a little blip in the long-term funding cycle. But this has been there. Talk to politicians who were in power in 2004. I think you were, 2005. I just hear Gary Weber's repeated every meeting saying Tauranga City Council hasn't invested in what's required since mid-2005 for transport. And I say that's partly a government issue, but it's partly ours. And unless we can convince the government to do this, we're not going to have a city that's going to be anything like fit for purpose. And we can't call ourselves a big city or a medium city unless we do. We're just a small city, which I think is what the Mayor said in his campaign.
Right. Is anyone else like to talk? Okay, we'll put this to the council. Ask all those in favour. Those against. Thank you. That is carried. I just want to make a special welcome to both the building and chambers. Alan Bickers, welcome here. Alan is the former Chief Engineer and Chief Executive of Tauranga City Council. He was 9 years as the Chief Executive from the mid-90s to 1995. He's the former Chair of Building Practitioners Board, Chair of Transit New Zealand, President of Institute of Professional Engineers, Member of Bay of Plenty District Health Board, Chairman of Plumbers, Gas Fitters and Drainage Board. 2014 he was made a member of the Order of Merit in the New Year's Honours, and made a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors in 2022. So it's great to have you here. Welcome.
If through you, Your Worship, there's a bit of an unusual request. I'm just conscious that it's been 30 years since Alan vacated the seat of the Chief Executive of this city. And I just wonder whether or not there's an opportunity for him to come and take that seat for the opportunity of a photograph with you. So,
Yep.
brilliant.
Bring them up.
He might even want to use the microphone, I don't know, but...
Oh, no, leave it, yeah. Welcome. Oh, did you? Yes. I imagine around that time.
I did a lot of resource consent work for him.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Well, welcome, Alan, and thank you. And it's great to see you back here. Once a CEO, never forgotten. So it's great to have you. Yeah.
Well, I do recall, yeah, no, sorry, this is a wee bit ad lib, but I do recall, Alan, you might have won CEO of the Year for New Zealand one year, did you?
Yes.
Yeah, well, that's just another accolade to add to the list.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. It's great to have you here. So now we're moving on to shared tsunami pathways. Again, this is recommendation E in section 8 of the late reports, and it relates to attachment 7. Attachment 7 is on page 74 of section 9, which is the attachments to the report. Maybe we got
just me.
Just Barbara
Just
this
me.
morning. Okay.
An apology from Paula. She's in
Yeah.
Auckland collecting a diploma today. So
Oh,
she's
fantastic.
at university. I think the term she's been capped today. So,
Yeah.
so you've got me. So I'm happy to do a really short intro and then take
Yeah,
questions.
yeah.
Is that okay? Planning for tsunami evacuation is relevant for many councils in New Zealand, but I mean we've got a specific challenge with the way that our development has occurred in this area. So the challenge for us to actually get a large number of people across the TEL as quickly as possible. What the report does is really summarises the work that we've been doing, in particular the operational tasks which I've outlined in the report. But I just want to focus on the fact that no matter what infrastructure we put in place, people need to have a plan. So education is absolutely vital, and that's something the team have done a lot of, particularly over the last couple of years. But from a planning perspective, which is probably more relevant, I think, to the reason that Councillor wanted to bring this to the table, was Emergency Management Bay of Plenty are doing some modelling for the whole region. So what's happened historically is Tauranga's went its own way, did its own modelling, and then other councils joined together. So there's been ad hoc modelling across the region. So Emergency Management Bay of Plenty have pulled that together, and they will be doing a modelling, new modelling and consistent across the region, but also in today's terms. That modelling was the previous modelling was quite old. We are aware that it may come up with some different areas of priority. That's due out at the end. I've been a bit cautious here because they say the end of the year, but I always know these things often are late, so I don't think we're expecting any of the modelling to be completed until early next year. So in the meantime, we're working through options that we believe we will need, and that's a combination of pathways, bridges over stormwater swales, and Dominion Road. They all form part of an evacuation route out of this area. So our thinking is that we know that we have to get people over the TEL. We know where we have to get them out now. It is possible that we might have to get them further, or there might be some different areas when the new modelling comes out. But I think it's safe that we continue with planning with what we know today, and then when the modelling comes out, and then we can connect that and make sure that we're still on the right track. And it's at that stage that we would present some recommendations about expenditure. You know, pathways are great, and I think that we will need to have some pathways. We're not quite sure how long, because again, I come back to that point that it's absolutely most important that people go straight, as far as possible, go straight towards the safe zone. But because of the topography and all of the obstacles along the way, there will need to be some coming together and across the TEL, and that's, you know, something to do with the geography or the topography of the land, but also the way that the development's been implemented over years. So, yeah, I don't think whatever we do now is wasted, and we're working with the transport team because, I mean, at the end of the day, these people are transport people. They'll help us with moving people and bringing in our emergency management expertise. This is kind of what we've been doing, and the report reflects what we've been doing and then talks about that we'd like to continue with that, with doing our BAU, with the planning, with a view to come back to you when we get the modelling with a coordinated approach to what we need to do from a capital perspective to ensure that that links with the most up-to-date modelling. Happy to take questions.
Just had a question. There's obviously a couple of bike pathways down the TEL at the moment. Were they Tauranga City Council? Do we build those, or is that?
I'm sorry. That would be a road.
That was part of the development.
No? Might be a question for you. There's some pathways along the TL. Are they ours or?
It was part of the TEL development. As part of the consent process, they were required to put the cycleways. Yeah.
Do we have an indication of exactly where those? I know there's one definitely down, sort of down further towards the end of the TEL. Is there any links up?
Sorry, having walked it with the residents, there's no pathway as such, I don't think, between probably Mangatawa and the main road. I don't think there's anything specific.
Yeah, okay. No, that's fine. I just had a question about that. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just really struggling with the costs quoted there. At the P95 confidence level, we're looking at $171 million. But if I look at the Marine Parade Boardwalk with showers and barbecues and all sorts of furniture and nice amenities down there for the same distance, that would cost 22 million. And if we were just doing the Papamau shared pathway, which again is asphalt, then we'd be looking at 8.6 million over the same 12 kilometres. And we've just heard that over a staged period of time, over 10 or 20 years, you could be looking at 200 million for a full hot mix seal of Papamau Beach Road. I'm just really struggling with that 171 million. Surely there's got to be a value for money lens that we could put over that, and having a similar level of service to the existing cycleway along the Tauranga Eastern Link between the Tauranga, the Papamau East Interchange and Rangiuru. And I'd be struggling to see anything over sort of 5 million for that. Would it be possible, as we work toward from the 1st of July, the 2026-27 annual plan, if we can have a value for money option around that route?
Thank you, the Councillor. Absolutely. I think as the report says, we haven't dived into the numbers that were put forward to us by the consultant, and that includes, potentially buying property. So it's a different scenario completely than just building a walkway. We haven't drilled in and taken any time to test that. We don't at this stage don't believe that you need to do a 12K walkway. So we would definitely be looking at, well, what do we need to do to get people over the other side of the road? What's the most value for money way we can do that, but also potentially taking into account if sometime in the future we do want to do a cycleway of some sort, that we don't minimise an opportunity to do that. So while a number seems out there, certainly not something we're putting out there as a number. We haven't taken any time to do that because I know we want to actually look at what we want to do to get people across the other side of the road. But yes, it does seem an awful lot of money.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yes,
sure
thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just in relation to that, the existing recommendation on the which is in the report, is there sufficient scope within that recommendation to do what you've just outlined in terms of looking at connections across the other side of the Tauranga Eastern Link, a potential dual-use cycleway, evacuation path heading east to west?
There is, because the planning work that we will do today, now in this next 12-month period is OPEX, and we have got some money put aside to ensure that we can continue. A lot of it will be in-house with our own expertise, but if we do need to bring in people to test our work, so that is an OPEX because that's planning. So what we will bring back is a CAPEX cost.
Cool, thank you. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for this. Yeah, Barbara, just good to hear. I think I would almost be reiterating asking Councillor Morris's question, but obviously in a tsunami, we want to get to high land and keep going as far inland as possible. So I walked that path with Councillor Taylor with the residents as well. 4.5 kilometres between Mangatoa and the main road. It's counterintuitive to survival that you're going to spend half an hour walking sideways when you've got 150 metres to get across the TL into some high safe land. So certainly hearing that, questions around what we could do to get across the road in more places. There's a big swath of road along the waterway in most places there. So certainly if we've got the ability with OPEX to do that, to look into what it would, do to get people safely across the TL onto that highland that's sitting right there would be great. So you're good to hear that. I think Councillor Morris asked my question.
If I could just add to that, please, is that we've got to remember that we've got the worst scenario. We've got 50 minutes or something. We can close the TEL. We would be looking to close the TEL at the roundabout corner, where you go to Te Puke and then perhaps at the bridge to stop people. So, that would take time. You've got to get people off the road. But the road can potentially be closed. You don't send first responders into an event, but in that scenario, you can close that road. So actually getting people onto that road is by far the best solution. Granted, topography and houses in the way will be a limiting factor, but we will be starting with that objective as to how do we get there as quickly as we possibly can. And happy to bring progress reports back if anybody around the council table is interested in just seeing how we're going on that planning.
So my understanding, one of the biggest... Councillor Schuler.
Just to follow on that too, and so within the planning, obviously the TEL itself, in terms of that's identified as the key point to get to in the first instance, so clearly making it easy for people in Papamoa at multiple points to get to the TEL in the first instance. And then I suppose that would also include, I expect, understanding certain parts of the TEL itself that are relatively safe, and that's all part of your planning. And then on the other side of the road, there's a big drain which would also need crossing, so fairly comprehensive report required.
Absolutely. There's a couple of factors in that. Yes, there are swales all over the place. That's why we said that there may be some bridges required. The TEL in some places will be the safe point now, currently. I don't know what it will be in the modelling that we're expecting at the end of the year. So there's potential that we may have to get people further inland than what we do now. But, our planning is, at least if we can in our planning get people there, and when the modelling comes out and if we know we have to go further, we can look at that as well.
My understanding is number of the issues are subdivisions and development have blocked pathways, and obviously, I'm sure we had a plan, but sometimes those paths have been blocked. So how do we change that going forward, that actually if there's a pathway that it remains open no matter what happens around that site?
Yeah, it's an absolute frustration. So that's why there's that initiative going on with regionally as to how, is there something within the current RMA that actually can ensure that developers have to take into account hazards and plan for evacuation. So what's happened over time, I'm assuming, because I wasn't here, but it seems logical, and this is what I've heard, is that, while there was plans to get out, there has been no planning tool to ensure that developers actually factor in an evacuation route, which is through the RMA and our city plan.
So as we give consent, we don't have a right to say, this must remain accessible or available for access.
I mean, I'd prefer a planner to talk to you, but my understanding is that we haven't here at TCC. Other councils have a different view in the implementation of the RMA. So that's where this emergency management Bay of Plenty are bringing all of the planners together to see if we can actually in future take a different approach. Of course, there's also that opportunity that we can talk to. We've got a big developer at the moment and some big development going on that we can actually appease to people's sense of community to ensure that there, if nothing else, in the meantime, some conversations have started to see if we can just make sure, even if we coordinate an evacuation route with a playground, developers have to give us some land for green space when they develop. If we can talk to developers, well, how can we make that perhaps a little, I hope my space and places people like this, but if we can incorporate some green space that actually works as a dual purpose. So some of that thinking and those discussions have started.
Yeah, no, I think that's critical, obviously, to make sure we do have these, and we've got to find a way.
We don't dig the hole bigger.
Yeah, well, we've got to find a way to make sure that we can get out, in the worst case scenario. So, Councillor Taylor.
Thanks for the report, Barbara. It picked up on some of the things we found when we did do the walk. One of the things was just regular maintenance, making sure that pathways were clear of vegetation, that sort of stuff. So good to see that we've got those nailed there. My question is around technology and digital options on guiding people to a safe place. Have we investigated the possibility of an app maybe that, especially in the evenings, at night, if it's dark, finding your way to a pathway would be difficult. So is that something we've looked at?
It's probably not in as much depth as you're talking about, but this doesn't sound very well. But yes, definitely. Stay away. I think I'm talking about apps. I hope you're okay there, Councillor. It's an idea in the mix at the moment. We haven't done a whole lot of work on it, but you're right. How can that work with especially younger people? How do we? They use apps to help their neighbours, and how do we keep people out of cars and congesting the roadways?
Sorry, just adding to that, there could be one on Google Play or whatever it's called. Maybe someone in the world has invented this already that we could track down and discounted rate.
Somebody with a far more digitally inclined mind than mine would on that, and I don't know when Paul wants to bring it up, but there has been a budget in our CapEx, in emergency management CapEx line for 498, which was designed to build a bridge over one of the swales. We are suggesting at that moment, I don't know if you want to bring it up now, Paul, or bring it up when you do it later, that can be removed from next year's budget, and then it can be incorporated in this work for future years. Not the whole lot, because we still do need to do a whole lot of signage, which are CapEx. So we're suggesting we could take 450k out of that as a 498 budget, and that can be removed from this year's that we're talking about and be incorporated in that wider planning. So I don't know when you want to talk about that, whether that comes into the to the bigger conversation, or you make a resolution now?
I think you've spoken about it very well, Barbara.
But when do you want to resolve that?
Yeah, we can resolve that as part of the executive report, or but signal it now that that's an option. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Councillor Taylor. It's you know, when you're in an emergency and people are panicking as to one, where do you go, and I think if you get that right, you also, you know, if that directs 35,000 people to you know, to Gordon Spratt Reserve, that they know that that's full, so they actually, it's smart enough to direct people. And then secondly, you'll know exactly where everyone is, which you know, potentially is a real benefit, you know, to be able to see people in real time. So I think that would be a big step forward if we could at least investigate that going forward. So, all right, if it, yep, you can certainly do that.
So yeah, I'd like to move this with an amendment that I just sent through for you. Hopefully, you've got
Put
there.
that recommendation up.
So to adopt option 3, but to amend the wording of that to talk about inclusion in the 2026-27 annual plan and 2027-2037 long-term plan. I think we can and we should move quicker. This has been something that's been talked about for a long time, and I'm not specifying what should be in which part, but I think we must be able to surely make some improvements in the 2026-27 period. Secondly, to add that we engage proactively with the developer to provide options for connections from Papamoa East interchange into the Bell Road area. Now that is part of a longer term transport project, but it also has the desired effect of opening up that access, and that's something that the local community, including but not only the Papamoa Residents and Ratepayers Association, but others in that community have been requesting be prioritised. So I haven't put a timeline on that, but I think we need to be very proactive and hopefully sort of instructing both the, well, I guess all three, the places and spaces, transport and the strategy and growth, to try to have a bit of an integrated conversation, because the developer is keen to have a conversation around it. They've spoken to us. In terms of the access from their point of view, we've got another motivation for this. I think there needs to be some way that this doesn't just suddenly, you know, sort of appear on paper, but it's in the mid-2030s or something. The third one is, if we do go ahead in the 2027-37 long-term plan with components of this, there will be likely something which could form part of the Eastern Arterial Cycleway Plan that was a community proposal basically from Papamoa to Puki area, and that could, depending on who's in government and what their motivations are at the time, could potentially allow some funding. So you've got to be in to win. I don't see any harm in doing that. It may not get a high ranking under the current GPS, but if there is any indicated shift in that or a change of government, it could. And if it doesn't, at least it's in there, and we actually have the potential to get, at some point in the future, some funding to get that cycleway, which can double, obviously, as escape routes, as other community facilities.
Right, so we've got, okay, we've got.
I'd ask Councillor Crowther a question.
Yes.
Glenn, the C, the Eastern Arterial Cycleway, where that's from where to where? Sorry.
There's a bigger proposal to connect up the existing cycleway, which was a government-funded cycleway, through to our city cycle network along the side of the TEL. The rationale from the local community is that it was Tauranga City Council that turned down that option. So the central government NZTA, when they approved the TEL, there was an option on the table for that to be funded as part of that project. And the council wanted cycleways through the centre of the suburbs, if you like. And as we've heard, there are some issues there because of the way the developers ended up, like the structure plan looked very good for Wairaki and so forth, but the practicality has been very problematic and causes expense. So this is seen as the lower cost express cycleway, I think is the way it was worded, which could actually move lots of people on e-bikes along there. And if there's anywhere in Tauranga that's probably going to get a big impact from that, I think we're more likely to get it than through Omokoroa cycleway, based on the numbers. So there is a potential win-win there. There's potential local community benefit and more sort of strategic transport benefit in the long run. I'm not suggesting overnight, but I think looking around the motu and around the world, that's what normally happens, is the numbers increase over time, and that looks like a good option in the long term.
So you saying C, though, in this context is around tsunami evacuation pathways, and you're talking about prioritising that spend?
Yeah, I'm just suggesting that depending on what the staff find, they may or may not find that there are components of what we end up choosing to fund in the long-term plan that could have a transport component, and we need to be mindful in terms of the staff bringing those reports to us that we need to be able to enter any such transport components into the 2027 draft regional transport plan, and that means it can't wait until 2027. It needs to get into that plan ASAP, meaning 2026.
Yeah.
I'm happy with the suggestions around F and G. That's pretty much what we're doing now. I mean, based on the fact that the 26, 27 might be a small part as opposed to the bigger part, I guess Nick is probably more in tune with H as to how that would work.
Sorry, I was just running through that wording in my head, and I wonder if you would prefer to say investigate any synergies between a cycleway and emergency evacuation routes for inclusion within.
Yes, happy to take staff guidance on that. I think the main thing is highlighting that there have been a previous cycle where that didn't happen, so I'm putting it into a resolution to try to overcome the lack of action that happened last time under the previous staff who were working here at the time, who probably had good reasons at the time, but I don't want to see that happen again.
So you type in Anna Harris.
Where is the change coming?
H.
H. So that what investigate any synergies.
I suppose Councillor Crowther needs a seconder, doesn't he? Or is he just part of the...
Taylor's already second.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Just want clarity that, yeah.
Well, that will become the substantive, so.
Synergies.
Yeah. Yeah, you talk while they wordsmith.
Just while we're getting the final wording sorted out, I'd just like to point out, I think I'd said it earlier in the day, the odds of a tsunami coming through there are supposedly low, but it could happen, and if it does happen, the consequences are dire. I believe we need to do everything we can on a regular basis to look at this situation, to investigate where we have bottlenecks, vegetation growing that's going to cause an issue, and advancing some of these big capital expenditures over time. But it needs to be forefront of our mind every meeting we go to, almost, when we're talking about Papamoa, because it is a serious issue for a large number of our population.
Councillor Morris, you want to talk?
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering if Resolution F replaces Resolution E.
I think it does, yeah.
I think it does,
So,
cool.
yeah.
Okay. And in speaking to it, no, I certainly support it. It's an important issue for our community, safe egress, and there are opportunities to improve the walking and cycling network as well. And the last thing I would say is that there was significant investment into the pathways originally around 2014, 2015, and they are, of course, only as good as the maintenance of those pathways. And so this is really important to ensure there are no blockages going forward.
Thank you, Councillor Morris. Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, just as that is being typed up, I suppose, again, the key for me, and Councillor Taylor and Councillor Morris said it, that for me, as long as F doesn't preclude the primary goal of getting people from Papamoa over the TEL, again, moving sideways parallel to a coast post a tsunami is counterintuitive to survival. So as many as possible avenues or access points across to safe ground has to be the priority. But I'm just making sure that, so what, Councillor Crowther, you're trying to weave the two together to a degree, but you're not talking about prioritising that over getting across that motorway.
You can answer that.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Councillor Schuler. I at no way want to change any of the prioritisation of getting people across the highway. It's merely that I think there will likely be some sections that will need to be parallel. I mean, we can't just have a crossing every 5 metres, so I presume we have to sort of connect up some of that, and what gets connected up along there could double as a commuter cycleway, and in the future could just be part of a recreational route, which ultimately just while I've got the mic, was part of a tourism proposal that's been strongly supported at the time by Tourism Bay of Plenty as well.
Thanks for that clarity.
All right, thank you. If there's no further discussion, then happy to put this to the council. Ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried, thank you. Right, we're going to move into now, this is under section 11. It's an amendment to 11.14 Annual Plan 25-26 Deliberations, User Fees and Charges, Parking. And
Kia ora. So as we developed the fees and charges structure for the annual plan, we sought your feedback on the parking charges and what feedback you in turn get from, you hear from the community. So this proposal has a flatter structure than what was originally put to you, and that flatter structure is particularly tailored around non-commuters, so people that come in for an hour or 3 and will have better certainty around what they will be paying for that short-term parking. So that was one of the things that we heard from your feedback, and we've just sort of tried to weave that in. And other than that, I'm happy to hand over to Sean for a couple of comments.
Yes, I'll just make note of, since we went out and developed the original numbers for the annual plan, we have viewed increased demand in Devonport Road, Spring Street and Dive Crescent car parks. So that's around the sort of March period is when demand regularly increases quite substantially, and also noting that Regional Council have had to increase their bus fares by $1 in each direction, which results in a round trip in Tauranga being in the future $7.40. So that ends up meaning that some of our car parking locations actually undercuts using the bus service.
Thank you very much for that. Obviously, this is, I think I've come to the conclusion that parking is not as simple as we first thought, as you try to balance demand, for different properties and different parking buildings. I just, so if we're looking at, this is page 2, and we're looking at option 1, standardised recommended, I understand that has come from some of the comments that we made about this. I'm just, like Spring Street, for example, I'm just wondering around that impact, whether you have any idea of that impact with that flatter structure. I'm a little bit worried that, that a lot more people will be in that 6 to 7 hour category, for example, will actually negate some of the purpose for this is actually trying to drive demand away from that building. Do we have any sort of quantum about what that might do?
So we're constantly monitoring that as we go to keep an eye out on it. It's a possibility. I can't say for certain that it won't happen because people are fickle beasts and they tend to go in the direction sometimes a little bit randomly. We don't expect that we'll see it because people's work patterns are relatively fixed. At the moment, in the wake of in the post-COVID world, when it comes to parking demand, we've already seen that sort of the proliferation of flexibility in the workplace and the decrease of that peak hour. So we don't think we'll see too much more of it from this point.
So between that sort of 5 and 8 hours, there's not a huge number of people parking for that period, is that right? Or
it's correct, actually. Comparably to other cities of our size, we don't have a lot between that 5. Like, we've got a lot more down closer to that 5 hour mark than we do at the 8 hour plus from other areas, yeah.
Okay.
Our peak times for reference here are 10:30 to 2:30 in the afternoon, whereas in Auckland or Wellington, that's typically a 9 to 3 to 4, depending on the day sort of thing.
Okay. I think, just after our conversations, I probably, and I see you've pretty much delivered what we asked for. But, Cliff Road, for example, TV3, I understand that being a commuter zone, and we do actually probably want to be encouraging people there for either not there at all or for a long period. So I guess that would be my personal preference would be to actually maybe go back to that quite steep initial hours, which obviously doesn't change the overall day rate, but it just encourages people to go elsewhere. And I guess, as part of that, probably Spring Street again, maybe ramping that up a little bit quicker. That's just my personal view. But otherwise, I think overall this looks pretty reasonable and a good response to some of the conversations that we had. Yep.
I think we might have convinced each other of a switch there. So when we were talking about Dive Crescent and Cliff Road in particular, we actually just took the opinion that predominantly those still fill up by around 9:30 in the morning. So people coming for shorter periods of time than that usually are after that period, so can't find a car park in those areas anyway. So very minimal impact either way.
No, that's good to know.
It's worth mentioning as well, if you don't mind, the parking dynamic is highly variable. We're in a world of constantly shifting goalposts. So we are committing to stay in touch and constantly talking to each other about the way our pricing is going so we can change and pivot as we need to as demand in the city changes, especially as these projects come online and finish.
Yeah, and then did have a question, I guess, about how we view Homeru, and is there, we just talked about the buses, but that's initially that was an option effectively. I understood a cheap parking option where you can park there and catch the bus in. I guess, is there a way that, you know, you could catch a free bus if you pay for parking or something like that? Because, you know, once you pay your $5 and then you pay your bus fare, it's going to be cheaper to come into town and park in the city.
Yeah, there's some really interesting stuff happening around the national ticketing solution for buses, which will give us the ability to look into that space. Auckland Transport are looking into it for their park and ride areas, and I'm in constant communication with them. So watch that space. We're keeping an eye on it.
Yeah. So is that still the intention of that building? Is that like a commuter parking? Is that?
That is the intention. Whether people e-scooter in, and we've even spoken to e-scooter providers and stuff about putting a bit more down, whether people want to go for a bit of a wander, because I know some people are willing to walk from Memorial Park already, or whether people want to get on the bus.
Cool. Any other questions? Councillor Taylor?
Sorry, I was just going to say.
You're going to wait for me. Some of the earlier ones around buses, and there's a big challenge in Tauranga for, I guess, transport or getting through parking and getting into the city. So I guess it's a general question around technology, because we know this is dynamic. And I know, if we look up in Auckland, people have developed things called Parkable, which is the sort of Uber of parking, or apps just to come in. If I'm coming in from the city, where's the best place because I'm coming to this building, and where's the best price? So it's a general question around how much we're spending, or I'm not talking about so much spending money, but spending time to look at how some of the technology, innovation and disruption might help us going forward.
Absolutely, agreed on all counts. We're always willing to try out new things, and sort of we are, it's a little bit nerdy, I know, but we are sort of at the cutting edge in some spaces when it comes to parking, the barrier armless parking buildings. That's right at the edge there in terms of value for money and what we can offer. And we're always keeping an eye on apps, the offerings that are available to us. But we're also making it important that we balance the customer usage aspect. We all know parking's a grudge purchase. And whenever there's a change in people's morning routine, we've got to understand that impacts them directly. So we're always very careful about how and when we introduce those things to try to make the transition as smooth for our customers as we can.
Reece is probably also underselling those changes in the building, in that that system would allow for something like what you're talking about. It's just around when, because adding that adds variability into what somebody's paying, and how do you really communicate with people that sometimes don't read the signs that say how many car parks are already on the side of our road.
Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, thank you for the updated report and options. I'm still a little bit stuck on the fringe, which, or what do you call it, the on-street expanded, which obviously is the controversial part. Excuse me. So I've had quite a lot of feedback already in anticipation that we'll slog people with a parking charge there. What we're proposing to do is probably a little bit higher than what I'd thought, with the $10 for most of the hours. And I'm sort of given the sweet spot of how long people stay in the parking buildings. First part of the question is that pattern replicated along by the Domain and in some of those early avenues? And secondly, I'm wondering why we didn't get an option that I think some of us had requested for the sort of $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, increase, so that we actually end up with something that's comparable, you could say, to the in the same ratio as the parking buildings. So that if you want to spend a bit extra, twice as much, you go into a parking building in town, you don't have to walk as far. If you're happy to park up in Park Street or wherever the charges are, you try your luck and get there. Presumably what's going to happen is this will deter some people from parking for free now. But, you know, when you weigh it all up, I'm just thinking, why did you go to that $10? And is the pattern the same in that area as in the downtown for timing?
So taking your point, we could cap it at $8. That's a choice, and then we can monitor how that's going. We've set this price based on, remember, the end goal of paid parking in this area was so that we got 85% occupancy. So we don't actually want to make it so cheap that everybody just says, cool, we'll just pay the money and we're still at 100% occupancy like what we currently are, because that detracts from the balancing of uses and would end up with businesses in those avenues once again and residents not having a car park in the middle of the day to use. So it is a balancing act where we start and then potentially changing it even mid-year if we're really seeing the trends not where we want. That's...
Yeah, I guess I see some sort of perverse impacts. If you have a desire from a lot of people to park for around the 5-hour mark, as you indicated, that people won't, you know, Cliff Road versus on street. I mean, part of the aim I would have thought would be to get the occupancy at that level so people can still park in the street, because they can't now normally. So that's where I sort of see the pricing of Cliff Road has to acknowledge the reality of where that demand settles.
Yeah, there's a bit of a balance there, because we want people to focus. If they're going to stay 5 hours plus, we actually want off street to be more attractive at that price point than on street. There's also a bit of excuse me, the technical term is gone, so I'll go with weirdness in terms of the pricing when it comes to Cliff Road and that, because they've sort of been subsidised and they're quite low for what they would otherwise be. Like in 2011 we introduced $3 per hour in the city centre, and that comes down, and then so there's parking prices in Tauranga, with the exception of the 2-year trial where they made it free, have been relatively stagnant. So we've got to be careful about sort of keeping everything artificially low as well. Yeah.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you. Given that we've had numerous workshops on this and we've had our question time, I'm happy to move the recommendation that the staff have put forward.
Councillor Schuller, did you just have a question or?
Yeah, and happy to second. I might as well say that now. But just my quick question around Haumaru, $5 all day, cheap parking. That's clearly going to be a very significant sporting after-school venue. So I'm assuming that consideration's been given for sort of the public that'll be coming in there, you know, from sort of 3:30 p.m. onwards.
Thank you for that question, because the site is free for venue users from 3 p.m. onwards. So,
all right, then I second.
You can pay $5, park all day. You can't pay after 3 p.m. At the moment, we're not getting the numbers that there'll be an impact, but we're keeping an eye on it.
Thank you. Happy to second.
All right. Thank you. Councillor Taylor, would you like to talk to this?
It's one of those things that's, I think someone said it was a grudge purchase, and it definitely is, and I think that affects how people see parking. Since we've become elected to this position, I've learned quite a bit about parking. I've also appreciate the level of skill that our current staff members have in this area and the knowledge they have, so certainly defer to what they are recommending.
Councillor Schuller? You want to talk any further? Oh, you're on mute. Okay.
Oh, sorry. So, no, I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
As per Councillor Taylor's comments, and it's good to see that it's constantly being monitored. So you know we'll be able to make the tweaks and adjustments as we go.
Councillor Schooler.
I do believe we should have standardised parking, and this is not standardised. I think we are complicating it. This is exactly the things that across everything we do, We've had 3 workshops, we've got 3 executives presenting this. It's coming back to council. We're apparently going to be nerdy and cutting edge, and we are managing the changing trends of our people coming into the city. I'm happy with a plan, but I just don't want to see it for another year. It's, to me, we need to know, is the policy we're trying to just make ends meet so we're actually covering the cost? That doesn't even come up. Whether we pay $2 everywhere or, oh, maybe we have $2.50 here. A car park building, I think we heard yesterday, to walk from Elizabeth Street to Spring Street is a 3-minute walk. And we're worried about whether people will get used to the fact that they need to park in Elizabeth because there's no parking left in Spring Street. We've got great signage. People figure out that, do they want to drive around 5 layers of Spring Street and find there isn't a park, or they figure out actually there's always a park on the 2nd layer or the 1st layer of Elizabeth. I think give our people a little bit of credit that they will figure it out. And to me, a parking building costs X amount. If we've got plenty of space, then I would much prefer standard and then just not have to talk about it again. So it's just, to me, this is not efficient that we take so long to talk about this, and apparently we used to come back every month to decide how much we're paying for fees. Give our people a break, just charge a flat fee per hour, per day, across standard buildings, and that's what you pay in Tauranga.
Thank you for those comments. Is there any other discussion? Councillor Crowther?
Yeah, I'd largely support what the Deputy Mayor says, in the sense that I think what we've got is the piece of the puzzle that's based on getting the 85% demand, and that is part of the equation. But we're talking about areas that currently have, probably close to 100% demand. And I think part of that, there's a whole marketing component that I don't think, and a behaviour analysis component that is beyond just getting the 85%. It's looking at the unintended consequences, and public transport's one of those. And I kind of and also there's an equity issue, that, it's quite a steep increase to go to, for $5, someone stays for 5 hours and 5 minutes and they're paying $10 in an area that's currently free. And, for me, we're taking a bit of a risk in terms of what the public would be looking for is sort of incremental shift, I think, in terms of parking, because every time that I've watched Tauranga City Council make significant changes in parking, the councillors have gone back. And you just heard one example where it was put to $3, then goes back, and so I think it's better to just sort of keep it really simple to such an extent that you can just say to people, if you're parking in the core area, and here's the marks, all around it, it's $2 an hour, end of story. And if you want to cap it differently in different buildings, that's fine. And if you're outside that line, just like a lot of other cities in New Zealand do, then it's $1 an hour or whatever, half price. And to me, I'd rather sort of do it that way, partly just because of the messaging, because we're going to be very unpopular with charging those extra fees. We haven't covered off in our discussion so far the other option, which was, I think, came from you, Mahe, which was to have options for people to park further out where there's going to be time-restricted parking. So we haven't actually addressed that. I think we do need to, seeing it's an option we asked for. And I mean, I'm sort of open on that. I do support not having charges beyond, 4th Ave or whatever. But I'm open to the idea if the parking team and the Mayor wants to keep looking at that option, I'm open to seeing the cost benefit of having long-term parking options for people who do wish to pay. But I'm also happy just to let that lie. But I think we need to address it explicitly, because there are people out in the community who heard us talking about it and are wondering, some like it, some don't like it. So I think I'd appreciate if someone had a view on that.
I think what our resolution has is effectively an area that is paid and then an area that is time limited, and that's how we're going to deal with that. I think that that's a wider discussion. There is a paper in here. You know, the problem with going wider is the cost actually doesn't cover the, or it's a zero gain for implementing that because of the costs of implementing it. So, you know, in that respect, it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. But I think, you know, we can look at those. You know, that's on the cards around looking at a residence permit or a, you know, an idea around having additional options to pay in those expended areas. For me, I think this is quite standardised. You know, yes, the ultimate, you know, there is different end costs in all of these, but you know, if you look at the cost per hour, you know, for first 2 hours, it's the same everywhere apart from that exclusion zone, as you know, as you've spoken about, Councillor Crowther. You know, it's less for those first couple of hours outside, and then, you know, predominantly it follows a very similar pattern. So people will know how much they're going to pay if they're going to pay for park for 2 hours anywhere. It's fairly well the same unless you're in those outer suburbs. I think that, or outer streets. I think that makes a lot of sense. And you know, I've changed my view, I guess, from the deputy mayors, that, you know, if we have the same end cost everywhere, it is a grudge purchase, and people will get pissed off if they can't find a car park, you know, where they expect to find a car park and have to go to the next one. So, you know, you can sort of control some of that demand by pricing, and I think people will respond to that, going like we have seen at Devonport Road. You know, that's a cheaper option, so people will go there. Cliff Road, you know, it gets full very quickly because people know that that's a cheaper car park, and I think by standardising it, we'd actually just create a demand issue, which you know, as I say, I'm happy actually to revert back to the experts, which are our staff, and I think they do have a much better idea of, you know, what the implications of changing those figures are than we do as elected members. So I'm happy to revert to their direction, and yeah, thank them for bringing us this option, which does simplify things overall, even though it might not be fully standardised. So maybe it's just the simplified pricing rather than standardised.
Can we take that out of the resolution? One is fine, but it's not standardised.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Otherwise, I'll put this to the council. Okay, put this to the council and ask all those in favour. Those against? Councillor Crowther, Councillor Schooler, thank you. That is carried. Thank you for that. We have now covered those reports, so we will take a lunch break now, and we will come back and we will discuss the issues that we have approved in principle. We will come back and go through each one of those to make a decision to put those into the annual plan or remove them altogether. So thank you. We will come back at 12:50. Thank you.
I have to remind Councillor Taylor, if he's in the room, that I was attending primary school in the 1990s.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We're going to go now to 11.3. This is back to our normal agenda. And I'll just get you a page number. We're talking provision of temporary toilets at Blake Park for winter netball season, attachment 1. So we have in principle agreed to this. Now we just need to understand the details. Obviously we've had some, I'm just still finding it, sorry.
While you're finding it, Mayor Mahe, I've got a solution. We've got a solution.
Okay.
So the solution is that we've gone away and we've talked to our in-house team, and we will be in a position to purchase them and work with Netball to provide them. On top of that, since the conversation at Council, whatever day this was, Monday, Deputy Mayor has received some offers of part donations. So we'll work with those people over the next little while and be able to achieve providing temporary toilets at Blake Park for winter netball at no cost.
At no cost, sorry.
At no cost. To Council. No cost to Council.
Okay.
Sorry, I rephrase that. No extra cost, because if we purchase some, it'll be within the City Ops budget, and then they'll use them for the wider, for other uses. Whatever.
Okay.
We might even be able to make money out of it.
All right, Councillor Taylor.
Have we included cricket in that deal, or is that?
Can do. I mean, we'll
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure they'll, once they know about that, we will be able to reach out, and if that's what they'd like, we can. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we'll change that. That's an easy one. Thank you for dealing with that.
Yeah, that's great.
So we'll...
Just note that we would be able to provide temporary toilets facilities within current budgets,
yeah.
and acknowledge donations from the public.
Kia ora. Sorry, point of clarity, Mayor.
Yes.
So we're going through these in principle ones, making
Yeah.
decisions with some of them having monetary impacts.
Yeah.
Are we going to get an update live as to the impact on rates, on our rating thing? Because I'm just a bit confused as to
Well, we'll deal with that with the executive report, but if you want to get clarification as to where we're at, so...
Well, just because if we approve and then we get to the executive report and then the rates are not what we want,
yeah,
then we're going to have to then at that point again go through a culling. Is that what I understand?
So my understanding at this stage, we have $162,000 less on decisions we've made so far, which was the bins.
Tracy can put the spreadsheet up at any time if that's easier. We've got it at 368,000 increase in rates. Based on decisions at this point.
All right, we better have a look at the spreadsheet because I'm not sure how we've...
We could do this first.
We're definitely doing this one, because this is not in
Yeah.
that.
I should say that's based also on the ones that you've said to come back for the decision as well.
Yeah.
That includes all of those preliminary decisions.
Yeah.
Next week acknowledges offers of Yeah, no. I didn't hear, but I don't want to hear either. Okay, I move that.
Okay. Councillor Taylor will second. Is there any discussion?
No.
I think we've discussed this enough. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, that's carried. Thank you.
And I think we've potentially got good news for the second one.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
So with the Mount Cricket proposed pavilion, in the Bay Park budget, because we've had the delay on starting there, that we're comfortable that we could absorb the 73,000 within the 3.6 that we've got next year without affecting that project, because then we've got money the following year as well. So if council wanted to support that, we should be able to do it within an existing budget.
Okay, Councillor Baker. Okay, sorry.
No, just to say, I've also received an offer from the public about how they might be able to help out with this, so that I'll just forward that to you, and that'll be taken into account. Thank you.
Awesome. That's great. In isolation, that's an awesome outcome. My question is that we've also got, we've had conversations around partnerships with other community groups and clubs, some of which haven't presented anything to this annual plan. How do we address equity, access and opportunity, knowing that granted we've got some offsets by great community people to offset costs and things? How do we make sure that we're still providing a whole of service Tauranga Moana approach and not just responding to the needs that arise in the annual plan?
Through you, Mayor, Alice and I have had some conversations over the last few months, is that because of the approach and the way the approach has been advertised externally, we are hearing and seeing about more opportunities that we haven't had in the past. So we've been talking about how we can actually sort of make sure that part of a role is actually proactively looking at that and making sure that we're picking up on any of those opportunities. We always have, but I think over the last few months there's been a whole lot more emphasis on people front-footing it and coming to us, and we'll make sure that we take advantage of all of those. There's also a second component to your...
Thank you. I think also for likes of Arataki, when we compare to where that is in the process compared to, for example, Bay Park and Blake Park, because those master plans were done for over the last 3 years, that's sort of a step further ahead with the thinking about what can happen there. Whereas, as you've seen with Arataki, for example, we've done that development plan and now we want to pick it up and bring it back to how we can help support that through the long-term plan, but also taking into consideration what we've been talking about around different partnership opportunities. So it just means that the ones that we've been talking about supporting in principle are just a little bit further behind than where we are with some of these ones that we're ready to say, right, this is where those spaces should be and how they should work. So they'll all follow through the same way, but at different stages.
All right, thank you. So is there any other questions on this one? Otherwise, we can take A. Got a mover and seconder for A. Councillor Schooler, Councillor Crowther, thank you. Is there any discussion on this? Just like to say thank you for the team again for coming up with a good solution which doesn't affect our rating budgets. I now put this to, I now put this to the council. All those in favour? Those against? Okay, that is carried. Thank you.
Through the chair, I just want to correct the number that I gave you because I was just misreading that spreadsheet. It's actually 21,000 net. It's the movement. So it's, the 9.9 is still the same number at this point in time. Yeah, sorry, that was my misreading of the spreadsheet.
Yeah. But that's bringing in these as well, is it? Like, is that bringing in these in principle?
All the in principles are included in there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, so those we're now going the other way, which is good. There's 93,000 out, so. Well, maybe we'll just let that be updated. Okay, so the next one is development of a Papamoa shared pathway. Obviously, this was in principle. Unless our team have some great news, I've got an idea here.
Well, you know, the 20s are okay, but I think we do, I don't know how coordinated it is, but I do think we have an update from a financial perspective on the ability to do this. Silence.
Don't steal my thunder.
Or maybe we'll let you speak first.
Okay.
Sorry, that sounded really bad. Apologies.
I have no idea what the good solution is, Mia.
So I guess my idea here is, well, this is something that is being called for, and I think would be a great thing to deliver. And my suggestion is that this is let's deliver this if we can. And we have a big project in the city centre at the moment worth $306 million, and I'm very confident that that is going to be delivered on time and under budget. And I propose that any contingency that is released from that project funds the development of the Papamoa shared pathway. And so it's an approval on condition that there is funding available from that source, and that would be my proposal for that. Is that what you were going to say?
That was certainly part of it. The other part of it, there is some of the reduction of budget from 505 million for what went out with the draft to 498. There is obviously some confirmed savings in there. That would obviously mean the 498, under your suggestion, that approach, the 498 would not move up. Under what I'm talking about, the 498 would move back up.
Yeah. Councillor Schuler?
Just clarification, is this for just the eastern portion that's consented, or
Parton Road to Taylor's Reserve, is it? Yeah.
It's not the whole lot. No.
Okay, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. Do we have an indication as to when the first bit of contingency for Te Manawataki or Te Papa is likely to be released, if it is to be released?
We've just spent some, so.
So through the chair, there is a board meeting tomorrow. I understand this will be part of the conversation, but we haven't got a specific date at this point in time, and we need the board to actually confirm that.
What's the delivery date of the first stage of that?
The library is 2020, Library Community Hub, mid-2026.
Yeah, no, that's just...
We could report back on this on the 5th, assuming we've got that meeting. We do have a meeting on the 5th. We can give you an update on when the contingency or a contingency release could be available through that project.
Yeah, Councillor Taylor.
Can we also look at the same issue with PEI? I believe there was potentially something getting released from that, was there?
Yeah, PEI is more complicated because of the funding stack and around where that potentially goes. So, Councillor Baker.
The project by itself is cool, but with what we've heard around this, to me, compared to what we've heard Papamoa needs around evacuation, safety, etc., seems to be a nice to have more than what Papamoa needs. And you'd be able to give better clarity on the mass and the debt. But we kind of set a precedence with the Marine Precinct that any debt, like any excess putia we have, would go to pay down debt on that particular thing. Won't we have debt on Te Manawataki? Therefore, the financially prudent thing to do would be to pay that back to reduce the impact on ratepayers. I just feel like the project's cool, don't get me wrong, but signing ourselves up to deliver this because we've got a spare bit of cash seems the opposite to what we've said and what we've hoped to deliver to date. I'm just not entirely convinced that it's a good idea at the moment, but I've got an open mind if you can explain some things to me.
It's very good. It's a very good point. I think this is what this annual plan is about. It's priorities, and whether this is a priority or not. And if councillors feel that well, it's not really paying off debt. It's not incurring debt. Which ultimately has the same effect as net debt's lower if you put that contingency against that. So that's absolutely a choice, and up to everyone as to for example, we've spoken to Main Road. Would that be a bigger priority than this? That's what we're here to make those decisions as to how you feel. What you feel is priorities. So. Well, we're making a decision on the shared pathway. So if that's not a priority, then absolutely, then shouldn't vote for it. That's Councillor Crowther.
I think Councillor Baker made a really interesting point, and so I sort of support that. I also support the pathway. I would love to think that we could get it into the 2027 NLT if to post-funding like we've previously done along there from the government, but I suspect that low on anything like that. So I guess the point that Councillor Baker made around there are a few projects at Papamoa, and we'll try and push some of those along. We've made a resolution earlier to look at putting something into the next year's annual plan for domain, like for tsunami escape routes. We've got domain coming back. So I would probably rather see it dealt with maybe then as almost like a Papamoa package of shared pathways and various other things which could contribute in different ways, and then we'd all be able to look at, to Hotapu's point, which ones perhaps are the first cabs up the rank.
Absolutely. I think we've committed to looking at a review of the pathway strategy across the city as well, and potentially that goes into that very nicely.
So through the chair, given the success of the existing boardwalk at Marine Parade, the new and the work that we've done at Papama, there has been a lot of public interest and support for this, and it does seem like one of those projects that the philanthropic and/or charities and tech would be interested in supporting and being involved in. So I think that type of project does open itself up for some partnership and community funding. I think we need to keep that in mind too, and that's something that we can follow up on.
I agree with what Tapu said about bigger priority, but I also understand that we want to look at some things for the people, and something we can do in the short term that'll actually get something done. And as Marty said, I think this could bring the community together to fundraise some money to maybe reduce the cost or get some of the ancillary stuff paid for by the community. So yeah, support the motion.
Yeah, Councillor Roseburn.
Thanks, Mayor. No, I'm definitely in Councillor Baker's camp here. I think the contingency should stay within the project. The contingency is there to ensure that we don't go over budget, but if we don't need it, it should stay within the budget. Again, I do love the idea of the project at Papa, and yes, it is a community demand project, but I think we should keep our funds within the projects that they're designated to. So if we don't need the contingency, it's just going to reduce the total. Just don't incur it.
Yeah. Councillor Correct.
Councillor Baker took the word right out of my mouth. Congratulations. I'm glad to hear it. And I'm totally with
Councillor Morris.
Yeah, the sound is a little bit scratchy on our side. Apologies, so I'm not able to follow the debate as clear as I might be able to. I have a question around the release of funding and from contingency and the current level of debt forecast within the AP. It sounds like there's some capacity there.
There is capacity. Recognising we went out with a draft at 505 million, and it's reduced to 498. Our project of this next year would be equivalent of 21,000 on the rates number as well. So it will have an implication and a bigger number the following year, obviously. But there is capacity from the debt perspective. The real question is the ongoing funding of that moving forward.
Right, Councillor Rolliston.
Yeah, I took all what Baker has suggested or recommended, because let's go try again. Yep. So we need some headroom right at those levels, and I'm not in favour of, so I guess, giving additional projects. I think we need to look at it in an overall perspective. Saving is going to be nice, and just to say you're not paying down debt, you're just not drawing on that debt. There's a lot of demand to use that, but I tend to go with, let's bank that for now and work out if that is just not going to spec draw it, or whether we reallocate it. That's my thoughts.
Councillor Schuller.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's pretty hard to hear you guys. I don't know if you can hear Councillor Morris and myself.
We can hear you.
But,
yep.
Oh, good. Yeah, no, I tend to sit in the camp with Councillor Roseboom and Councillor Baker and Ross, and I do love the idea of connecting the city right along, and I love the concepts of the recreation, what it offers. I just think that I'm not a fan of the concept of taking from Peter to pay Paul, or just, as we've chosen with the debt side of the equation too. So hearing the CE though, I'd certainly support trying to put it into next year and actively seek development of it as a project in collaboration with the broader community, if that's something that we were interested in doing, because it's something we do want to do sooner rather than later.
Okay, Councillor Morris.
I'd just like to get some clarity. So I think we're talking about multiple different issues here at once. Domain Road is something that is contingent on NZTA subsidy, and we're talking potentially in the tens of millions of dollars, and that's something that is not going to be affected by this pathway being constructed or not. They are very two distinct and separate issues. And indeed also the Te Manawataki budget, I mean, whether contingency is released or not, tying this, I do agree that tying this project to it may not be the most appropriate thing, because the net effect in terms of the debt number is the same. When contingency is released, if contingency is released, that will reduce the debt number. And we have capacity anyway. And if I can add speaking to it as well, I've been around the table long enough to see things delayed and delayed and delayed, and then you get nowhere. So, yeah, my encouragement to my colleagues would be, let's deliver a project, let's deliver it soon, rather than pushing it down the line and your future colleagues get to cut the ribbon on it.
Okay, so I think if I listen to around the table, we've probably got support for the original resolution. Sorry, Councillor Scholar.
Thank you. I just want a question on, we haven't, I think we've done provisional or accepting in principle. We all seem to like the idea. What does that mean? Does that just mean in 6 months' time it's on a whiteboard that we come back to?
We've accepted it in principle, and now we're making a decision as to whether to fund it.
And if we said that we can't fund it now, but we'll still want to talk about it again, because we have what's been very clear to me in these deliberations is that when we pick apart a project that's already costed, and we've got 498 million of those in next year's plan, when we pull it apart, a number of them find some little space and there's some little costs that are coming out of that. So to me, we've got a job to do to pull apart more of those, and if at any stage we can say, well, there's projects that we actually think this has got priority of, because remember we've only looked at a very few of them. So to me, it's the process that in the delivery committee, for example, we're going to look at the pre-scope list of projects that we're intended to deliver, not the ones that have started. It's just this sort of thing that where we end up saying, well, actually, there's these group of projects, or this project we think is actually less priority than that. It's got in the annual plan without us saying put it in, it was in the long-term plan. So when do we have that discussion on the 400 million versus just the 20 million that we've talked about at this deliberation?
Well, that's what the process of the annual plan is designed to do, and it may be that you feel as if you haven't had the opportunity to go through projects line by line and prioritise. I guess that's something that you could agree in principle to, the subject to a process of doing that at a later time, or alternatively you could commit to do this project and increase the capital program from 498 to 500 at a very minimal cost. That's not to say that essentially gives us green light to proceed and crack on with this thing. That's not to say that we can't do the exercise of going back afterwards and reviewing and scrutinising that 500 million through another process at a later time.
But if we, in September, were looking at some projects and decided that, hey, we would rather do this than those, that's possible process-wise to do?
Yep.
Okay, so for me, I think we are, I was not thinking, I hadn't thought of what Tapu has raised as a very valid point, that's part of our policy, so I'm very supportive of that. So to me, we might be, we know we're positive, it's a very good thing, and knowing the wonderful impact that the ocean boardwalk has had, I'd very be supportive, but I'm here saying let's keep costs down and let's not incur more debt.
All right, so on listening to that, have we got a mover and seconder for K, the second K?
Original K.
Yeah, the original K.
Move.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kura. Got a seconder for that. Councillor Baker. Yep. And now, any discussion, any further discussion on that? Councillor Crowther.
I'm not so comfortable with this option either, because it's again pushing to a long-term plan. I don't think we need to do that. I know that there's a normal pattern that happens, but to me we need some action, and we need some action soon. And to Councillor Morris's point, I don't want to wait until the next council cuts the ribbon. So,
well, we're not pushing it to a long-term plan. We're saying we're asking for a city-wide pathways plan to be considered through the next long-term plan. But as Jen said, we can bring this back if there's support.
But the resolution doesn't address the elephant there, which is what we're talking about. So for me, it would be much better if, firstly, if we had, to the Deputy Mayor's point, that we have the discussion on the CapEx, because there are different things that some of us are wanting to talk about. We've had the briefings on CapEx. We've never had a chance to talk about the CapEx program. So I'd like to be able to, all of us, we might all have totally different views. It might be incredibly complex. We might just have a few things that we all agree on, but we've never had that opportunity in this annual plan process. So firstly, we need to do that soon, and I would have thought today was a great time to do it. And we've got all the info. We just need to have a chance to articulate it. Second thing is, with this, either to put it into that conversation and see what sits there, and the difference between 505 and 498 is significant, and we could choose to actually stick to the 505 if there's a whole lot of good projects, or we could stick to the idea we've discussed just now and say, in this case, we make sure we do something over the next few months, get some extra external funding and stick it into the annual plan next year. And to the Deputy Mayor's point, I'd be quite happy to, partway through the year, if there's a good opportunity, to slot it into this year's, even if we don't approve it as such. So it's just how to frame that up, but I don't think it's clear enough, because we're focusing on the citywide plan, which is great, but not the solution for Papamoa.
Okay.
Just if it helps the conversation, what we were planning to do on the 22nd of July, City Delivery Committee, is bring the program for the year. That would give you the opportunity to look at projects. We will still obviously have set the budget based on the result of deliberations, but that still would give you the opportunity to look at the projects that are contained within the plan for the year. The issue we have with that is that if we delay a month of delivery, that's 1/12 of harder it is to actually get the program delivered through a period of time. So we want to be moving on as much as we can, but if there were certain projects, we could use that opportunity.
I'd prefer it to be today, to just so we have the chance as part of the process, because that's what I've seen happen in previous councils, to actually just go through the ones that we've been briefed on. We were told there'd be an opportunity to feedback. I'd like to change the budget and the plan, the CapEx budget. I've been waiting for the opportunity to propose that. And it seems clumsy to have to do like notice of motions and things for next week. It'd be better just to do it in a more informal sort of style, rather than get all formal and table a notice of motion and seek support from my colleagues and all that.
So, what I don't understand. So you don't like 498 million?
No, I love 498. It's much better than 505. But no, I just have a couple of projects. I think there's 3 or 4 things I wanted to raise as part of the CapEx program.
So, we could bring this back into the CapEx plan this year, but we'd have to take something out. So there's no what we're approving today is the envelope, which is 498, but that's not committing that we're going to deliver every project in there. As a council, we can choose to take any project out and put any project in. So I guess because the important thing is the 498. If it goes to 505, that has a rates impact for the next year. It's a CapEx program, but it has a OpEx component. So I guess that's we can have that discussion. It can happen in July when we
We could have that conversation when we revisit the executive report, because there's a list of projects in there that I think could warrant a bit of discussion to actually make this fit in within the 498, and something might slip out. And I don't think it would take another day to have that conversation. I'm pretty sure we could have it reasonably quickly. I'm just conscious with day 4 into a deliberation decision-making process, and I'm pretty sure that we can tidy this up reasonably quickly to everyone's satisfaction.
Okay, that's all good. Okay.
I just wonder if those two actually, do they go together? Are they K and L? We don't fund, and we request the development of a citywide pathway plan, because they're sort of, one's just quite a bit, or just two parts, one. If correct and paper.
Councillor Schuler.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just get taking us back to when this AP process started, and us as a group of elected members thinking about what might play out, and also the fact that knowing that, a big chunk of what next year's plan is already set in play, and that we were limited with the amount of money that we have influence over in the big picture. And so understanding that part of this conversation, starting with the community about good ideas or things being done, may not be able to be delivered this year, but could certainly be something that happens in the future, in the very, and gives us an early start into next year. So I mean, we can easily choose to prioritise this for next year. There's no reason why we can't. If we think it's consented, we know it's there, it's what we all want, we can set a direction that it's prioritised, that we do it next year, that we don't wait till the next council cuts the ribbon. I'm very cognizant of us moving up 498 to 505. I've got a constituent who wants 0 rates increases and have regular meetings with her, and I think there is a part of the community that will be looking hard at us, and we are rightly so looking hard at all our costs through this process. So if it doesn't work this year, and we keep the ceiling that we've already agreed to, but I'd be more than happy to say, yes, we're doing this next year for sure, and we will make it work. That's our choice completely.
Councillor Morris.
Yeah, just a question of the Chief Executive, if I may, around the executive report. If we consider this, rather than voting on it now, in the context of the executive report, would we be able to deliver this project within the 498 envelope?
Yes, I believe we can. Subject to a conversation, perhaps prioritisation and or decisions made through the executive report process. My observation of this resolution is that it's sort of just pushing it down the road a wee bit, and that if it's the shared pathway in Papamoa that we want to decide on, I think that's what we need to decide on, whether or not we've got certainty about proceeding with that and delivering it at pace. At the moment, this doesn't do that, and I'm sure if it was agreed to prioritise it as part of next year's annual plan, we could get on with it and largely have it completed. It may come at the cost of something else, it may not.
Okay, so you want to vote on not proceeding with it? Is that, yep. Okay, yep.
So we've been through a process, and we've heard a very clear message from our community in terms of debt and rates, and this is a real example of a nice to have. We need to start thinking about some financial constraint. Don't just gobble up some potential savings that come along, but look at any saving we can make and think, where's the priority given the current situation? A lot of people out there struggling. Jan's attended every meeting. I think you've been here all along, and she's got a lot of supporters out there. And it's not just Jan and her supporters, but it's many other people. And so this resolution delivers a message to our community. We're hearing what they're saying. This is a nice to have, and I think it's brilliant too. It is. It'll be a well-used facility, but not this year, not in this. In the context of the consultation we've been through and the message we've heard.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morris,
Yeah, thank you. I've heard that exact same speech for many years from my colleague. I would say that this is something which Chief Executive has told us can fit within the envelope. It is a project which would deliver something of tremendous value to the community, which thousands of people would use. And if it is not something that we defer to the report, the Chief Executive's cover report, then it is very chilling for the items which are following this on the agenda. For example, funding Creative Tauranga for the extra salary. That's got a higher rates impact than what this does in the first year. So I think we need to look at the additional items in context. And I also think we need to consider that we haven't had an annual plan where we've just gone out with our budget and come back in with a closed mind. We have gone out to our community. We have listened to our community. Some of us have been to many different community events, and our community has responded. This is a project which the community responded to. And what we're saying is essentially, no, we'll deliver it at some other stage. I don't think that that's proactive. I think that when you're looking at a cost-benefit situation for the cost of this pathway relative to some of the other things we do, is very high on the cost-benefit analysis. So I would therefore move that this item lies on the table until we have considered the first report on the agenda.
okay. We've got a motion that this lies on the table. Therefore, I ask all those in favour. Those against? Just one against. Councillor correct. Okay, that is left to lie on the table. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is from 11.6, which is
Creative Bay of Plenty.
Oh, I'm in the wrong place, I think.
Creative Bay of Plenty. I don't know what page it is.
Getting there. Okay, 177 is the page number. So this is Creative Bay of Plenty. I just note that we have a number 6 on the whiteboard there, and getting the reserve balance and movements and any other funding received.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So we've circulated the information that you requested around the funding, their balance sheet, and we've noted the feedback from their accountant as to their reserves. Just reminding you that that's been willingly provided, but under ask that you could keep that confidential. But that obviously will inform your decision as to whether you support them for 1 year, or I think, as one of the councillors suggested at the last meeting, whether or not you actually just put them in the review process and not fund for the year. So it's totally your choice.
So sorry, I haven't seen that email either. So who sent that and when?
That's from Barbara at 11:37 on Wednesday.
Okay, yep. Sorry, Councillor Taylor, you want to ask a question?
Yeah, just in some of the specifics, I don't know how much you've looked into this. They get grants for different projects they may do. Does the grant income pretty much equate to the cost of those grants? So it's not actually helping the operational costs?
To the best of my knowledge, I think that the grants they get to deliver is often actually even subsidised by, so there'd be a grant for, I don't know, an amount that would be the chequebook cost, if we still use that term, and then the in-kind would be a lot of the staff to support that as well. So I guess in summary, I think they probably spend more in money and in time than what they do receive from us.
Is there any other questions? No other questions. I'm happy to. So if there's no other questions, happy to just have a little bit of a discussion, just so we can get a sort of a way forward here. One.
So I do have a question, apologies. It does say here an increase to rates at the 9.9. What does that move that number to, if at all?
I think it'll be in. We'll be moving down though, because our decisions have made a net negative impact on rates, or a positive, however you want to look at it.
Yeah, that's good.
So still with it.
21,000, and this is more, so still go negative?
No, because that included this already, and we've just taken out 93,000, so we're now 70. Yeah. Yeah.
Just keep watching Paul's body language throughout this meeting, and if they start flinching or spasming, you'll know that we're going the wrong way.
If we take this out, we might be down to 9.7 or 9.8. Well, I think we'll have a disagreement, but.
It might be helpful if there's only one source of the truth here, and at this moment, at this stage, I think it should be the Chief Financial Officer and his support team.
Mine's only in my head, so. Yeah, sorry, Councillor Crowther.
Yeah, I guess, I think I said it the other day, this is, for me, in the context of a much bigger issue, which is the grants that we give as council. I think we've had other people coming to us and we're telling them taiho till the next review, as Barbara just sort of referred to. And I think that's more appropriate to make a strategic or even a tactical decision around this nature. And I think it's doubly so when we're talking about putting in, now we've got a figure in there of 1.66 million for public art framework and the capital program, which I wanted to raise when we talk about the capital program. We have the art gallery cost overrun, which I see some potential rechanneling of funds between the art framework to support art through the other measure as a short-term measure. But also there's this issue of how we sort of weigh up which is the best bang for buck out of these various spends. I know we're talking about an OPEX number here, but the public art framework, the CapEx we spend this year will be OPEX in future. And also, I note that the number there, by my calculation, I've got just under 3.9, 3.9 would be make it 1.95 million if we take out the waters CapEx we're proposing. So I'd like to see evidence that it's going to go down compared to before. What are we pointing at? What was that? Yeah, so I think that public art framework funding and the subsequent OPEX in future years, I'm kind of going, we're spending a lot in OPEX, a lot in CapEx. I'm quite confident if you did a poll of, statistically randomised survey of the people of Tauranga, you would get an overwhelming opposition to this, because I have done a lot of due diligence on this and I've talked to the arts community, who are actually the people who often support this kind of stuff. And there are a lot of people in that community who are outraged about that spend. So to then, look at giving something to create a BOP without actually addressing these big picture issues, I think we need to actually put this on hold, put it into the strategic review. Quite happy at that point to look at the merits and weigh it up along with everyone else in that sector and other sectors. And then, meanwhile, in the CapEx program, we look at what we're loading up for future OPEX in the way of the public art and say, is this what we really want to be doing right now?
Can I just make a comment? I think it's two different issues, I think, as the councillor said, is this is about whether or not you want to fund, after seeing the financials, whether you want to fund Creative Bay of Plenty for the work they do, which is not so much providing art, but it's providing that overall connection and advocacy and education for artists. Whether or not you want to do that, or whether or not you want to say no and then include that in the wider review. So I think there's two options on this paper, and then obviously the public art framework is for people producing art, which is just that little bit different. But one or two options is before you today.
Yes, Councillor Schooler.
Thank you. It's interesting. I mean, I'm very supportive of Creative Bay of Plenty. I want a bold, vibrant city. I want to have the creative sector well supported. I know we're only needing to, the request has come because we cut funding previously. From what I understand, it's a very well supported, and I 100% disagree with you, Councillor Crowther, in terms of people half the population here will be appalled if we're supporting this, because the people I speak to suggest that it actually is a very good thing for Tauranga. I think also we need to put it in perspective. We've just had a request for 73,000 for cricket grounds, and we're actually about to hopefully support new aquatics facilities, and the 73 was found within current budgets, but that's no different than finding this within the 9.9. And so to me, if we do a proper review, I don't know enough, right? If we do a proper review and decide that it's not something that Tauranga needs, then I'm happy to consider it, not approving this. But in light of what I know, in light of what I've heard, in light of what Barbara, as our executive in this area, has told us, in light of wanting vibrancy and a bold city, I think we do need to support the creative industries, and I am very supportive of approving this increase.
Just to clarify, I was not saying that my alleged vast majority of Tauranga would be opposed to this. I was saying in the context of the public art framework, if we were to go out and talk about spending the 1.95 million or whatever, on top of increasing OPEX, but I'm just saying that that's a view. I'm happy for you to have a different view, but I wasn't saying they would directly be concerned with this. I just want it taken in a bigger picture context.
Right, Councillor Rolliston.
Yes, a couple of comments here. Look, I understand the need to have a look at the public art framework, but I think we need to keep these separate. That's my view. And if there is savings in that, then so be it. But let's look at this. To the best of my knowledge, number of the reduction came about maybe from a performance. I think from my knowledge on the ground, they are performing really well. I know the addition of the Māori role in there has created a whole range of, I guess, new opportunities, new excitement within our Māori community of that role. And I think I agree in that, yes, you know, we've all come in here trying to save every dollar that we can and make their point. But I tend to support the need to support this group. And I think if we look at the financials, yes, they've got a bit of money in the bank. I'm sure everyone should have money in the bank, but I think they're making small losses year on year. Money in and money out. They're getting a lot of grant money, but it's just basically to deliver. But I think it's something in the scheme of things where we've been over the last 4 days, that it's something, if I look across the things that we have supported, yes, I agree with the Deputy Mayor, we've found some money for these things within it, but I think we were on the principle we were going to fund them. We were going to fund them out of rates if we needed to, or out of our capital. And ultimately, if we're spending money, whether it's coming off debt or it's coming off operating, we're still spending it. So those are my comments.
Right, I think we've probably had a bit of discussion, a bit of questions, so happy to move. Councillor Schooler, thank you. Councillor Taylor will second. Is there any further discussion on this? Any further discussion? Okay, then Councillor Schooler.
I just seek support for this. I think we do.
Just microphone.
I seek support for this from my colleagues. I think we do need, I think they presented a very good case for coming back to funding they'd previously had, acknowledging that they hadn't done as well and therefore had been taken off. And I do want the creative industries. I like the comments, a reminder from my colleague, Councillor Rolliston, in terms of the introduction of the Māori art expert, and I think it's what we're seeing in New Zealand, in Tauranga, that is really being appreciated, and I want to see that continue.
Right, now put the motion to the council, and I ask all those in support to raise your hands, and those opposed? That motion has failed. Did you get those?
Yep.
All right. So that one,
She's good.
yes, yeah.
4, 6.
We need to know who they are.
Yeah, I've got them.
So we don't need a motion to be successful, do we? We don't need to.
No, that's the motion.
That's, yeah. Okay. All right, that now finishes those ones to tidy up. And now we go back to 11.2, the executive report, knowing we've still got that one lying on the table around the Papamoa shared pathway. So 11.2 is on the main agenda. Obviously, we've asked a lot of questions about this, so I'd like to limit it to anything to do with updates or since this is page 70 of the main agenda.
So through the chair, just give a brief update of the spreadsheet that's on the screen at the moment, which shows the movements over the course of the last 4 days. So the subtotal of the 367 million of the new rate number is around 70,000 lower than where we started on Monday. So the rate increase was 9.93, I'm assuming. It's now 9.92. So there has been a slight reduction within that. And then the debt impacts are shown on the left there as well for the decisions that have been made, which is a change of 1.6 million based on the decisions to date.
Can we just, just go through? I don't know.
Go through line by line if that helps.
Yeah.
Sure. So if we just... So Tay Street is the first change within there.
Yep.
That was the additional 16,000. Keep going down.
Yeah, just keep talking through them, Paul. I think one at a time.
Yeah, so the Mount College Pool grant is probably the biggest implication in terms of treating it as a loan-funded OPEX amount, given that it's not our asset. Has the impact of, obviously, through the rates in terms of the interest cost on that, but also the balanced budget implication of that is probably the largest implication, because it will be going through our operational line without revenue associated for that, except for the 62,000. Should actually be 62,000 less in the balanced budget, but yeah, we'll tidy that one up. Just in terms of it will have a rate impact of that amount. But so any questions on that one? It's probably better if we come back to the balanced budget at the end, because there's some offsets on that as we work through. So next line is Vale Street, path and pedestrian crossings of 10,000 rates. Public waste, removal of 166,000.
It was around the pedestrian crossings and investigating those, the Vale Street one. No, Vale Street. Oh, that was done within the existing budgets. Yep.
Just on that public waste recycling, hopefully it's a little bit more, because hopefully we don't pay the 31,000 to wrap 30 rubbish bins, and they were going to have a look at getting that at a better value.
All right, no, that's...
Keep going down then. Connecting Mount Wanganui, so this is the impact on the balanced budget, and that's by putting it through the IFF, and therefore the grant coming from IFF for the capital component, or our capital component, will actually improve the balanced budget situation by $1 million. The parking fees that we, just confirming this number in terms of the 114,000 as extra revenue. Susan, we're just confirming that is on top of, we just need to just double check that number.
I'll be checking to make sure we get all of that. Does that include the extra revenue we're getting from the airports?
No. No, that was already included within the draft document.
That had been included in the previous.
It had been included in the draft, it's correct, yes, yes. Then the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme, now that resolution hasn't been passed yet, it's part of the resolutions that sit with the executive report, but that would be a 500,000 debt impact with some risk associated with that in the event that, whilst we'll put everything in place to make sure that we wouldn't release that money until we're comfortable that there's good progress. We can come back to this conversation, but in the event that the Ratepayer Assistance Scheme didn't move forward, this wouldn't be taken up as equity, it would be written off. So there is still some risk around the funding on that one. But I can come back to that in the report.
So how's it funded?
Well, what we're suggesting in here, we're funding it as debt on the assumption that the scheme goes forward, and therefore it's equity that we would take in the ratepayer scheme.
So it doesn't have any interest attached to it that needs to go into that budget?
It will have interest, yes. Yep. There'll be a small amount of interest there. Yeah, that's right. It would be unlikely that we get. It'd be towards the back end of the year for it to happen, so it would be a very small interest component, a few months more than likely. And then emergency management was just the reduction that Barbara spoke about in terms of the, what was it, the bridge.
So that's still coming back, is that right?
It's removed out of this annual plan, and it'll be incorporated into whatever project we want to do over that next year and the year after, as per the previous resolution. That makes sense? Yep, cool.
Yep.
I guess it's a question for the finance and for the deputy mayor, probably the one who's most familiar. Like, I'm just looking at that number for the OPEX for the Mount Pool and looking at the balanced budget, and because normally with CapEx, and if it was a council project, we could control very closely as to how much CapEx would be in each year. And with that chunk, could we look at doing something different than putting all of that amount in this coming year, which has a big rates impact, and including, and I guess what I didn't think of at the time to ask the people here was if they use their other funding sources to do the first part of the project, if we gave them a tight guarantee we could sort of fund the later part of the project, that would give us more time to sort of work through the OPEX for next year. It's a bit late in the piece probably to kind of have to, you know, that's a big project, a big implication. So I'm just wondering, is there any wriggle room there? Is there any other option in terms of how we can work through the finances for this?
In terms of the actual cash flow of the payment, it's entirely up to your discretion in terms of how you would put that into the plan, basically, with conversations with the trust in terms of what that looked like. So that's based on the resolution at this point in time. In terms of the bigger balanced budget position, you mentioned that rates have to go up by a large amount to do it. That is one option, but there are other options that we're going to continue to explore. For example, whether we provide that as debt and look at debt forgiveness, for example, going forward. Now, we just haven't been able to explore those options, and they'll take some time to actually work through in terms of being able to actually do that. We've got other grants that are made to other, I'll use badminton as the example, which could also be impacted by the cash flow of what that looked like, that could be taken into account, because it's fair to say that if we can get $1.1 million less in terms of those grants, the balanced budget is balanced for this point in time. So that could be a decision that's made now. Again, we can also explore and have had initial conversations with Badminton around whether there are equity options that we can explore there, which will actually remove the budget balance constraint from what we're dealing with. But again, we would need to work those through. So yeah, that's the position, is it? Now, we do need to strike the budget as balanced, so we will need to make some assumptions, whether it be, like I said, one option is to increase rates, one option is to reduce the grant amounts, or the timing of the grant amounts. The other option is to assume that we will get some equity funding and therefore be able to debt fund components of it. They're the options that really sit around those. What we could propose to do is, on the basis that we can get to 9.9% and balance the budget, is firm those options back for the 10th of June meeting in terms of what that would look like as an option that sits there.
I think that would address a lot of my concerns, and I note that we've got about 127 million sitting for memorial over a 4 or 5 year period, and if we don't need all that, and I hope to goodness we don't, you know, that shows there's room for spreading that around aquatics and other things. So I guess I'm just worried about taking from the ratepayer this year when we haven't worked through a whole lot of those issues for something that may actually be catered for in another way. So I appreciate that on the June is probably a better time to make a decision on how we cope with that.
Just for clarity, what we're proposing here is that we wouldn't put that through rates. So the only amount for rates would effectively be the interest component of it, whichever way that goes, a small amount.
Councillor Morris?
Yeah, just was the last decision we just made about CBOP, was that in the figures that are showing up here, or was that just missed out? Sorry, as it was scrolling down, I didn't see it. Oh, it's out. Okay.
Yep.
You want to put it back in?
Okay, have we got any other questions on the executive report? Well, CapEx is at 498 million, so unless you want to change that figure. So what do you want it to go to?
I guess I've sort of looked through since we had the briefing, which was very, very helpful on the CapEx program. You know, it's hard to sort of work it all through in quick time, so I'm sort of relying a bit on processing time for myself and discussions with people. I've already raised the issue of the public art framework. I think in the context of spending another 6.2 million, I think was one number that's in the information we got from the Te Manawataki board. I'm not quite sure exactly what the number is, but around that amount extra on the art gallery as capital spend, unexpected, for the art sector, I think to do what could end up being close to 2 million in this financial year on CapEx for public art framework, it's too high. We're increasing it from 0.25% to 0.5%. I understand the reason for why we want to do it. I understand that you want to increase it incrementally, not straight to 1%. I understand the benefits of public art, I think, but for me, given the context, I would rather hold it at the 0.25% or have a more detailed discussion around what we all think about that, because if we approve it, I would like the Mayor to lead from the front and actually justify it to the public, because I think this is something, you know, we want to be upfront about, we want to be transparent, and I'm uncomfortable going to the people who are struggling in the city and saying we've got this massive spend up in Te Papa, we can't do a whole bunch of things out in the suburbs. And part of the reason for that is because we're also, on top of the art that's integrated into all these projects like Cameron Road, Te Manawataki o Te Papa, various other civic spaces, which is great to have some public art. on top of that, we've got another chunk of public art funding as well in the capital program, and we've got OPEX funding for art, and so there's a whole list of things there. So I just think it's not the right time, it's not the right amount, and I think we need to be proactive myself. And if we're not, if people aren't agreeing with me on that, then I think we need to actually be proactive in actually backing it and going out there and saying why we think this is the most important thing to do, because I've been saying to people now is not the right time to come for more funding when they approach me from community organisations, social sector organisations, because I say we're going to review that next year when we're trying to hold down our spending, and if we're spending this much on public art, it doesn't fit. And I have a couple of other related things. I don't know if I should do that now or.
Well, have you got a amended resolution, or is there?
I didn't know how we were going to do this, so I'm happy to craft one while people talk about it. There are 3 other CapEx projects I just wanted to sort of check in with. One of them was the comment around the civic whare. Most of the cost of 14.4 million relates, this is a quote, most of the cost relates to need to make it an attractive public space, not for a chambers. So I'd like to get, and I don't know if this is for Marty, but I'd like to really understand what is the purpose of that. Why are we spending, supposedly according to our spreadsheet, 14.4 million to not make it a chambers, if we are going to make it a chambers eventually? If we're not making it a chambers eventually, do we still need to spend 14.4 million to not make it a chambers? Just want to get a bit of a sense check, because again, and that's a total number. I'm not saying for, that's all for the financial year we're talking about, but I'm just looking at where are we going with that building, and where are we going with the provision of the chambers.
I think we've already discussed today that this is coming back in July, that we're going to talk through this. Like, what we're approving today is 498. So if you want to change that number,
yeah, I do for that.
Okay, put a resolution and get it supported that you're going to change that number. If you want to talk about individual projects, we'll talk about them later. But this is the envelope that we can deliver in.
Okay.
And like the Public Art Fund, I don't agree spending 1.6 or 1.8 million dollars in this next year. But we've already flagged that to staff, that everything will come back through us, so that we can look at it. And if we if there's projects that shouldn't be delivered, then that will become down lower than 498. But yeah.
I don't want to see a resolution about a whole capital budget without having the time to actually contemplate whether it's the right thing or not. I think we've taken 3 days and 9 months to get to this stage, and I think we debate them well, we have robust discussion. So to me, putting one councillor's ideas up on the table today, I don't believe we will make a proper decision about it. So,
well, it's only he wants to amend the capital program budget. So that's it's whether you support that resolution or not. That's up to you. But
sorry, while we're waiting for it to turn up on the screen, I'd also make the point that we've already reduced the capital budget from 544 million to. So it's had a massive reduction already. So I find it hard to support something that we're going to do on the fly at the last minute.
I'm just conscious too that there's likely to be some carry forwards that will report back and that carry forward's likely to be in the order of 60, 50, 60. Do you want to speak to that?
Probably Susan, but my understanding it's more like 20 to 30 that would transfer into this year rather than because a lot of it's been rebudgeted to later years.
yeah. Or maybe, have you got a number, Glenn, or?
Well,
Was it just the percentage?
I've got my own number, which is roughly 1 point nothing, whatever that I think is the default right now, but we need to know what that, if we want a number, we have to know what the capex minus water currently stands. And I don't have any access to that. So are you proposing to reduce the public art fund from, or to retain it at 0.25? Yeah. So it's and that would just spit out a number. Here we go.
Instead of what?
That's half what it is. It's at 0.5, so to go to 0.25 would be half.
It's 800. So
1.6.
So the resolution is to go to 497.2.
Might be better just to go for a resolution on the specific public art, and then the number will just pop out.
Yeah, so the public art is 1.657696 is what's in the plan at this point in time. That's based on 0.5%.
Yeah, we will just have a 10-minute recess while we sort this out. We'll come back at 2:20. All right, we'll just come back. I think we've got, yeah, sorry, we just got to, just, if we just go up before that. Yeah, let's just have a look at this. Yeah, well, I guess that was resolved from the last one, but if you want to, well, yeah, it was coming back here. Like that was the last time we saw it was coming back to annual plan, and I think, yeah, it's fair enough. There's a, you know, they have got that was originally a $250,000 ask, I think. So. So then...
Need to amend F.
Take G out, I think.
So just the wording, because we have made some changes to the balanced budget, we'd suggest to change F to read, notes the revised balanced budget will continue to exceed 100%, and remove everything until and meets. So move everything to where it goes down to and meets the LGFA requirements for a bespoke covenant. And then we suggest removing G. The reason we're saying to remove G is because in Resolution D we note that there, well, it's now Resolution D that it says, where are we? No, sorry. In Resolution E it says B to D are subject to changes, so that's okay, but we will have changed that $59 million figure in G, so suggest taking that out, and that will come back when we report to you on the 10th of June in terms of that number. Yeah, you could have, but that's it. Yeah. And then Resolution I, so we've lost H. There we go. So we would remove Resolution G, which is replaced by Resolution. Sorry?
It's just noting that in the actual report.
Oh, okay. No, Resolution G is fine then. Yep. So suggested to, following yesterday's conversation, to include Resolution H, which is for the 500,000. If I can just briefly speak to say that just so that the council is aware that we would look to fund that through debt on the assumption that it would form part of equity of the Ratepayer assistance scheme. But there is some risk in the event that that does not continue, that would be written off and therefore go through OPEX. But at this point, that's how we would suggest to treat it.
So if the full proposal J is turned down, what happens to the fact we might have already approved funding?
We won't spend it. If at the meeting on the 10th of June you turn it down.
Well, can we have approved that subject to council approval in June? In H?
Yeah, that's fine.
So right at the top, H, approve 500,000 funding to support da-da-da-da after RAS. Comma, no, yeah, subject to council approval of the scheme in June.
And I would actually, subject to...
And.
So do we need to consider it if we...
Yeah.
So do we just need to say with the addition, because this is just to put it in the budget, isn't it?
I'd probably put a full stop after 10th of June now, because that will have all the additional information in there.
All right, and take the rest out.
Just to simplify that one, yeah.
Or what, oh, yeah, okay.
You can remove J as well.
Oh, no, yeah.
And then that last resolution, J, is to recognise that digital services needs to do more work, but we will accommodate that within our overall budgets.
And I would be, I'll make it, I think this may lead to the need to amend budgets throughout the year. I think we need to say, but other costs will be taken out if any increases are requested. Because we've already said that we know that there are issues, but we have had the CEO's confirmation that if he does need more budget there, that it'll be taken from somewhere else.
So that was the intent, if this will be accommodated.
That's the second sentence.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
So we could use the word delivered.
Yeah.
Yeah. Housing corporation.
Or accommodating.
We're going on holiday.
All right, so now we've got this. I'm happy to move this if I have a seconder, and then we'll deal with Glenn's amendment. We'll deal with Glenn's comment as an amendment. Okay, Councillor Roseboom, thank you. Yep.
Through the chair, if I could just make the comment, we still have the other resolution on
the shared pathway.
The shared pathway on the table, so that may impact on this report as well if you wanted to stay within 498.
And Jay, did we change accommodated? We're still accommodated.
Oh, this will be delivered.
Doesn't say housing.
Thank you.
Only if you pass that resolution as additional, you've got 498 in that, so you would need to pass that resolution to be accommodated within the 498, or take something out before you pass this resolution, because the capital program's attached to this report.
I guess we could deal with it at a later date. Is that right as well? We could, if it's going to be, delivered within the 498, we could
be part of that July report.
Reprioritise.
Yeah, either that or put a resolution into that effect, so that agrees to deliver the Papamoa shared pathway within the capital project of 498.
Well, that's if, yeah, I'm not sure there's support, or, well,
So
not sure.
Can we say on C, add to C a second part, so we agree, and then after reported operational costs, any changes to the priority of capital projects will be delivered within the 498. So if we decide we want to do one and not the other, that's what we do, or do we not have to resolve that? That can happen anyway.
I think that's in our wheelhouse. We can do.
Well, so what's attachment 3? Is that the actual projects that have been approved? I don't want to approve every single one of them if we can't, if we're not resolving that. It's up to us to change them if we want to.
Yeah, but I think at any stage throughout the year you can decide not to proceed or to change any project, despite the fact that it might have been agreed to, depending where it is in the project cycle, of course.
All right. So, yeah, well, I'm happy to take a lead from my colleagues. But I'm not sure there's the will to approve today the Papamoa pathway. Well,
no, it was.
yeah. Councillor Morris.
Yeah, just a question. If we flip forward in the future 5 minutes, optimistically, and we approve the resolutions that are on the table here for 98 million and the rating number, if we resolve to get on with the Papamoa shared pathway, will those numbers change? Will there be any impact on that?
Well,
To the Chief Executive.
Okay, yeah.
Not if any resolution to deliver the path following the resolution of these resolutions says that we've got to stay within the 498. We would then find a way, and if necessary, come back to council and reprioritise or make some adjustments to stay within the 498. It's highly, look, it's improbable that we will spend 498. If you look at our record of full capital expenditure over every year in history, it's somewhere between 65 and 80 to 90%. So it's just a matter of whether or not there's a will for council to do it and to proceed. But yeah.
I'm happy to propose a resolution at the bottom of this one that might just tidy it up very quickly.
Amendment, yep.
An amendment, yeah.
Okay, we'll deal with Councillor Crowther's amendment, and you can work on your amendment. So the amendment. Okay, has Councillor Crowther got a seconder to support this? Councillor Correct, thank you. Would you like to talk to it, Councillor Crowther?
I think I've said why, and I will note that the Chief Executive has helpfully reassured me that the other changes that I was looking to do in the capital program can be best dealt with by just working with the teams within council, and that we don't need, for the reason that he just used in terms of the 498 million capacity of the program, that these are more minor changes that I was looking at. There's one in particular I mentioned for a pedestrian crossing and Nato Road to be just brought forward, just one component of that project, so that's very helpful. Do you want to say something?
Well, yeah, that's on the basis that it's not significant enough to warrant a formal council decision. But if it does warrant a council decision, we're happy to work with you and then bring the matter forward as required.
Yep, so that's, I think I'm happy to let the other things just sit there. This one was more significant. I think it's a matter of, based on the people who've talked to me anyway, in recent times, it's of some public interest, and I think it sends a signal of not a dislike of public art by any means. I hope it doesn't send that signal. I think it means that we are not going to increase the spending right now in the context of a very, very significant increased capital spend on public art overall.
Yeah, Councillor Schuler.
Thank you, Mayor. Just reading what Councillor Crowther's put up there and understanding the broader context of this is something that has been instigated before us, and it's an ongoing thing that has a gradual increase over time to deliver in an area that arguably has been under-catered for, and understanding Councillor Crowther's view of the situation we're in and trying to find cuts. I mean, the wording of that could be better if we look at it in the continuum of it, where it was chosen that for 1 year we choose to hold it at 0.25 and then in the following year continue. So I think the one-off, as opposed to looking this around its original intent and saying this is a pause, not a pullback, would be something there, where, and also giving a surety in the future that we are still fundamentally committed to the project or the process that this is.
No, you can wait your turn.
Councillor Scholar.
So I'm just a little bit surprised that we don't have a paper that I don't know enough about the public art framework to make a $1.6 million decision or a $800,000 decision. I think we have been really good at understanding what we are voting for and against and having a robust conversation, but I don't have the background, so I am not able to support something that just asks me to make a change of $800,000 for the people of Tauranga.
Councillor Curran.
I think when it comes to discretionary spending, or the community would view, or many in the community would view as discretionary or nice to have, the title Public Art Framework Budget, basically, you know, you're talking about an activity or a service that I think the vast majority of people would see as somewhere where you could reduce spending. And so being still in Grinch mode, I mean, this is, that's why I support it. And in terms of Councillor Schuler, the comment maybe next year, but, you know, I can assure you we won't be operating under financial constraint just this year. It will be the year after, and the year after that it will be for our term. So we need to start setting a direction, and this is consistent with that direction. We've got a lot of work ahead of us, guys.
Councillor Baker.
Kia ora. The word that's been screaming at me in my head is balance, reciprocity. And over the last few days we've heard a lot, and we've been super eager to support quite fiercely and awesomely, actually, awesomely is not a great English, sorry, but quite admirably our sporting sector. And Jen alluded to it a little bit earlier. You know, we've all, I think, agreed unanimously to this point that kaupapa in and around that sphere, we're all in favour of. And that community, that sector has been supported since forever by council. And if you were to compare that sector to the arts and culture, then arts and culture has been underfunded and under-supported in the history of council compared to that particular space. And if we're going to not fund, what are they called, Creative Bay of Plenty, and then also cripple another mechanism that enhances that community, then I don't think we're making a balanced governance decision, and that hence why balance keeps coming to mind. If I'm hearing you right, Glenn, and maybe I'm not, but the Public Art Fund is there to provide that finished product, right? And the argument there is that since the Commission, or even a little bit prior, and built into our current capital program on certain projects, there's been this huge explosion of public art, which no one denies is an awesome thing to have in our city. It provides a sense of place and belonging and identity for many people. But the thing with the Creative Bay of Plenty is that they build the capability and the pathway for our emerging future artists of all ages to get to a point where their expression of our place and people is visible within our city. And I struggle to slice the community twice, if that makes any kind of sense, with a resolution of this nature or the CBOP one. So I tried to ask, can we amend an amendment, and it got too inception-y on everyone. But I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to an approach like this if we were to reconsider supporting Creative Bay of Plenty, just to ensure that we're being there's an element of reciprocity and balance to the decisions that we're making. while also being measured in our approach, because this addresses one part of the spectrum while what they do addresses another, and we've been addressing both within the context of sports, arts, sport, play and rec. So I think we need to be, balanced, if that makes any kind of sense. But if we can't amend an amendment and it gets to inception, and honestly, I probably can't support this recommendation. It can be corrected by Paul, but as it stands, the 1.6 is only a 30-cent impact on ratepayers. Is that correct, or something roughly?
Yeah, do you know the number? Sorry, I think that was Barbara's calculation.
Oh,
That was
no,
sorry.
Barbara
Thank you,
said
Barbara.
52. Yeah. Is that roughly right?
It was very back of the envelope, but the 800,000
The 800,000.
roughly equates to 30 cents per
Yeah. So if you,
rating unit, I think.
yeah, so 30 cents, and then if you double that, then logically that's 60 cents. Yeah, carry the 4. Yeah, that's about right. So the rating impact isn't significant as it stands. But again, I just encourage us to consider balance in our decisions that we're making.
I think for me, I have to agree with Deputy Mayor in a lot of ways. Is this has just sort of come out of the blue. I think in the 498, we're not committing. We're committing to a number that we are likely to spend on capital. We can reduce parts of that if we wish. I don't see us spending $1.6 million on public art in the next 12 months. I'm not sure it's appropriate at this time that we are doing that when we've got a lot of people struggling. However, I'm just not sure this is best dealt with now. I think we've already heard we're going to be talking around what we're going to look at in July, and we can have a deeper dive into the capital program and move things around. We've already given direction to staff that any money from this fund that is spent comes across our desk, so that we can approve it. So I'm not supportive of this amendment. Yeah, Councillor Rolleston.
Thank you. Yes, and understanding my late joining of the council and trying to really understand this, but I think it was about a week ago where we went through line by line, and now to pick on one particular line and take it out doesn't sit well with. I don't disagree with with Councillor with Glenn's whakaaro around the concept of this, but I think we need to look at a proper big bite rather than just taking one piece of it out of here. I agree, it's tough out there, and we've got to make tough decisions. But just picking on one for now, I'm pretty open that priorities for Māori at the moment are Papakainga and some of the community facilities, but those are debates that we've got to have. But just to go stop this now, it doesn't sit right with me. Conceptually, prioritising some of that fund, yes, but just taking it today without the whole big picture, I'm not comfortable with. And I also support Councillor Baker's whakaaro around the fact that the sector, we don't want to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Glenn, but part of your argument for not giving money to Creative Bay of Plenty was the public art, one of them frameworks, that fund, and now you are looking at reducing that fund. But I think that's a discussion for another day. But the main point that I wanted to make is conceptually this is a real big decision, and we're doing it on the fly. We need to look at the big picture and get that 497 down a lot more, but for a robust process.
Yeah. So I think we've heard both sides of the debate, so I'm happy to put this now to council and ask all those in favour. Those against? That is lost. Thank you. Now we have another amendment from Councillor Morris. So if we just have a, so Councillor Morris will move. I'm happy to second that.
Agenda. Didn't it say 1.5 to 2 million? And are you confident of that? Unless I misread it, are you confident that it can be less than $1 million?
As mover up. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you go, Councillor Morris. You can explain your reasoning for that.
Yeah, no, as mover I am, but particularly because if you remember back to our first submitter, folks, number one, Barry Scott, who came in and spoke to us at the chamber, around the furniture and those ancillary items, he is working with Rotary and other Papamoa funders, and indeed has a meeting scheduled with Tauranga City Council staff to discuss activating that.
I agree with Councillor Morris on this one. I think it would be good to get something delivered. I think putting a number on it gives a little bit of a challenge. I think it should be easy to deliver within 1 million. I'd probably go lower, but I'm happy to support this. And I think as we've heard today, it'll be a good opportunity to get out into the community and see who in the community can also help fund this and get this across the line. So I'm supportive of it. Yes, Councillor Roseman.
Councillor Morris, are we talking year 27, 28 here, or 29, 30?
No, this is 25, 26.
That's nice. I've just gone from approval to disapprove.
Councillor Taylor.
I've mentioned a few things on this as we went through. One is that the current market conditions would mean that we can get a pretty sharp price. So I think the $1 million is probably realistic. And I also note the ceiling of the 498 will be the determinant on whether it happens this year or not. So supporting.
Any other discussion? All right, therefore I'll put the amendment to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? Councillor Roseboom, Councillor Kurak, thank you. That is passed and now goes into the substantive. As mover of the substantive, I just want to say a big thank you to the team over the last 4 days. It's been a pretty big 4 days. Also, thank you to the public that have come and been part of this. Thank you to all our staff that have worked hard and got a lot of the information together and been able to actually deliver this in 4 days is very good when there was a lot of requests and a lot of additional agenda items. So really appreciate everyone's time. I think we got to a pretty good place. Look, if you have been watching social media over the last few days, Wayne Brown has delivered $66 million of savings this year. They are significantly bigger than us, with a population of just under 2 million people. We are a city of 161,000 people, and we're delivering savings for our community of $38 million since we started this process. So I think we can be pretty proud of that. We are delivering what I haven't verified, but I would suspect would be either number 2 or 3 of the biggest capital programs in the country for the next 12 months. And we're doing that with a 9.9% rates rise. So I think we can be very proud of the work that we have done. Notwithstanding that we have heard from our community around affordability and how tough it is out there. And these changes are just the start. These changes and these savings will flow through into future years. and we will have the opportunity in future years of actually delivering some relief with lower rates rises. I have promised that the rates rises will be below what is in the long-term plan as long as I am in power, and this delivers on that promise. We're looking at about a 12.5% rates rise if you took into account the rates rise in the LTP with the IFF levy, which we brought in-house. So, you know, we are delivering. I accept that it's not as good as I don't think any of us would like, but it is a start, and we will continue moving forward, and we will be looking at every dollar, because as the governors of the city, we have to be prudent with ratepayers' money. We have to respect ratepayers' money, and we have to deliver things for as smaller cost as we can in order to deliver value, and that's not always choosing the cheapest path. It's looking at the overall life cost of something. I'm also aware that our community has also come in and told us that we need more facilities, and we've dealt with a very tough situation where our infrastructure and our community assets are well below where they need to be. So, you know, we do have that challenge, we do have that balance, and I'm very proud of this team that I think we have delivered a very good balance in this. So I'm very happy to as to where we've got. You know, I think it's been a good week. It's been a good debate, and you know, although we're not approving it now, I think we've got to a good place, and we'll look forward to approving this at the end of June, which will then strike the rates for the next year. But you know, just the message to the people: thank you for all your submissions. Thank you for your points of view. Thank you for giving us some really good things to look at and consider. Some of those we have changed our direction on, which is great, and we are listening. We want to continue to get the feedback, and we want to continue to have the community come and step in and help us out, because if we can deliver value with the support of our community, that's a win for all of us. So yeah, well done everyone involved, and look forward to the next year. Now the challenge is we've got to deliver under this budget to really cement those savings. Has anyone else like to? Councillor Roseboom.
Thanks, Mayor. I'd like to echo some of the words you've just said there around thanks to the staff, compliments to all the people in this building, the finance team, the transport team, waters team for their diligent work and responding to all our emails and questions in a timely fashion. It's been a heavy workload for the last 10 days. Also to the people of Tauranga, all your submissions have been greatly valued, an awful lot of reading. And as has been already pointed out, it was a very balanced call over where we cut and where we don't, and what we support and what we leave out. It's been a pretty tough go is what we've pushed forward on this. Also have to note that I did actually get elected on growth and promoting growth, so some of what's in here is what I'm definitely in favour of. It's pushing Tauranga forward. It's getting us to a place where we can become a mature city. One note for the week though, I was surprised that public toilets would be a key point of conversation this week, but we seem to be there, so maybe we can add that into next year's annual plan. But all in all, it's been tough. As a first-time councillor, this has been a fairly hefty lift for me personally, getting through this process, but I'd like to thank my colleagues for their efforts over the past week. Thank you.
I agree again with everything that Martin said. It's been a pretty busy month probably by the time we did the consultation. So thank you to all the people that did come along to talk to us about things. And I just like to give a shout out to those that maybe didn't get on the agenda for some of the things that were brought to us. Don't be disheartened. Come back again next year and have another chat if you think your ideas got merit. We're here to listen and support your ideas.
Councillor Crowther.
Yes, thank you to staff, thank you to the public, echo all those comments. I think for me, it was a challenging annual plan in one sense. It was pretty straightforward, simple one in many ways, but I think the challenge was that we were dealing with a whole lot of past decisions from before we got here, which have pushed costs into the organisation, and we were also dealing with what we approved last year. So a lot of it was fairly, firmly locked into place. I think we've got a good balance in terms of the capital program. I agree with the Chief Executive. It'd be, not quite his words, but I think it'd be amazing if we could deliver anything like 498 million realistically based on the track record. It just doesn't happen. So I think we will be able to get under that budget unless there's some major cost blowouts. But I think for me the issue is the rates increase. We have heard clearly from the public in the submissions and the survey that they want two things really. They want us to move forward as a city, and that's a very subjective thing. They want us to, to deliver some projects, and they want us to reduce the amount that we're charging them to do that. And I think we've got the first part quite good. I think we're sort of shaping up quite well in regards to the capital program, and we can make more changes as we've heard as we go. I think for me the operating expenditure is still too high. I appreciate that there was a lot of work went into getting to the 9.9%, so I'm not dismissing that at all, but I think we need to end up lower. So I am looking still at the working group. Not being part of it, I don't have visibility over what's still going on in that regards, but I urge the working group to do what I think the message that we're hearing is to actually drive that 9.9 lower. And I know there will be a limit, and I appreciate that there are people who are saying the limit is 0, and do understand the earnestness and seriousness of that request from a number of people. I don't think we can get to there. I do think we can get lower than 9.9, and I do think we should look at the next month and say we've got a month to achieve some more savings. We've achieved quite big percentage savings over the last month, and like I say, I don't have visibility of all this stuff, but I know that there are opportunities there for more, and I would strongly urge us to do that so that when we get back together we can actually look at what is the lowest rates increase we can do this year.
All right, if that is all the discussion, I'm happy to put the motion to the council and ask all those in favour. Those against? That is carried. Thank you very much. Let me just check. I think we have covered everything off. Okay. All right, that endeth our deliberations. So again, thank you everyone for your attendance and your time. I'll just hand over to Councillor Baker to give us a closing karakia. Thank you.
Ka pai, tautoko o the kōrero that's been said. It's been an awesome journey the last 6 weeks. So great outcome, just like the New South Wales Blues last night. So kia tāre watu, ngā ki te kōrero ki te rangi, koia tēnei te whakawātea ki nei, tūturu whakamaua kia tīna, haumie, huie, tai ki e.
Thank you everyone. After 4 days, I now, rather than adjourn, I close the meeting at 3:02. Thank you very much.